Wahoo! We did it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome tonight to LoreDumplings, our as we like it little chat show here on Nights of Silver Moon. Whenever we feel the mood strikes us, we're here serving up some dumplings of lore. And who are our dumplings tonight? Well, let me tell you. We have the cast of Fall of Bahiri here, which was the prequel to our ongoing Age of Myth series. So without further ado, I suppose, we first, our lovely DM, Aaron, down there just below me, actually. I'm unused to my current location.
No! Hello. I
Helping
am
with the
flashlight
hosting
on
and
him.
the production, yeah.
Yeah, I am Aaron. I am here doing, lurking in the under below areas of the screen.
The underbelow does sound like an yet unused fantasy term for something. There have been a lot of terms for like that sort of thing, but the underbelow sounds like one that is still, you can still copyright that one.
Underbelow is an amusement park near the Underdark for the people who don't want to go there.
Six Flags Menzo Baranzan.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
It's phenomenal. So now, myself, I am Iskra. You can find me here on Nights of Silver Moon all the time, occasionally other places, but it's very rare. I'm currently playing Themisto, the Gorgon, in Age of Myth.
She's a Gorgon?
It is unknown if there is any relation between her and one of our guests, but there is a possibility. So, now that I've introduced myself, let's go around and say hi to each of you. We'll start in the top corner and work our way across. So, Alexov, please introduce yourself. Who are you, really? Who did you play? And where can we
How
find
did you get this number?
No, you really phrase that so philosophically. Like, who are you really? Like, all right, let's get into it.
Take that as you like it and go with it.
Well, my name is Hunter. I am one half of Genasi Qua. We make silly little puppet videos on the internet, so check that out. I played Alexov Marianis on Fall of Bahiri, the shifter wild magic barbarian in a tragic love story.
Delightful.
I thought that was a laughter.
Yeah, I did too.
Like not an applause.
It just said clapping,
Laughing
okay?
for tragic love story.
Tragic love story. Thank you.
Yes, great to have you here with us. Renian, why don't you go next?
Hey everybody, I am Mika. You can find me on most platforms as either Mika Muse or Mika.Muse, spelled M-E-W-S. It is a cat pun based on the Muses. And I am probably best known for making Dungeons & Dragons, LARP, and Ren Fair content in various spaces. In this campaign, I played Threnian, the Oath of the Watcher's paladin. She is a Harengon, but had a slightly more humanoid appearance due to the effects of crossing from one universe to the next. And I think that she is probably best exemplified by her cautious, by-the-book approach and her profound love for her daughter Briar, which saw her through to the end.
Oh my gosh. And there were some moments from that were amazing.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, welcome to LoreDumplings. Next up, yes, give it up, please, everybody. Lore, tell us about yourself.
Oh, hello. I was caught off guard. I thought it was last. I'm Trevor. You sometimes can see me on this channel doing stuff with these people. For the Fall Bahiri, I played a Theron Fleur, or just Fleur. A Alsaid, which is a deer centaur. Abjuration wizard who was dead set on trying to defend herself and everyone from what ultimately she could not. But she attempted.
And she
I don't have
attempted
social
valiantly.
media to follow. Follow these people and you might catch me in the background. If you stalk them home, I'm like off to the side also doing it.
You could give advice.
Yeah.
Stalking tips.
See, this is where they like turn left to try and throw off pursuers.
Oh no.
Thank you, Trevor, for being here on another Lore Dumplings. You're now a friend of the show. You're a returning guest.
Honored to be so.
And last but certainly not least, Orasi, tell us about yourself.
Hi, everybody. I'm Petulant Cobra. I played Orasi, your friendly multi-armed snake demon, who was a polymorphed Yuan Ti Warlock Bard combo, and best exemplified in the ability to talk a lot without saying anything, and to say a lot without talking. But when I'm not here, you can find me over on Top Down Tabletop, and apparently also Instagram, as Aaron told me.
Yep.
Thank you. Welcome, and let's get to some questions, eh? So, if you haven't seen Lore Dumplings before, the way that this works is I throw out a question about whatever we're talking about that night. Tonight it is Fall of Bahiri, again, which was our prequel to Age of Myth, set thousands of years before the Age of Myth campaign is set, which is set in ancient Greece. This is pre-ancient Greece. Ancient aliens, ancient Greece.
Yes.
That's a very good. That's a very good song.
And it was a campaign that was destined to end in tragedy.
What?
Aaron, what the hell?
I don't know if you knew this, but it was rigged.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it.
Booze.
So, my first question to you is about your characters, which you introduced by name and a little bit about them. But this one comes in from Graham, actually, and he would like to know, and I would like to know as well, so I think it's a pretty good opener. What went into the process of developing your character? What was the inspiration behind them? Why did you bring them to Bahiri? And then for the DM, you've had a lot of characters that showed up in Bahiri. Some of them were also in Age of Myth. I'm thinking Ares, Apollo, Gaia, all made appearances here back in time and now. How did playing them in the past differ for you and playing them in the quote-unquote present day? And whoever wants to go first for their relevant question, go ahead. If you're not the DM and you want to answer the DM's question, that's fine too.
I think I can start. With most of my tabletop RPG characters, they are spawned via a semi-random generator that I've built for myself, as well as inspiration when it strikes. I like to keep a list of all the races and all the subclasses in like Word docs, both official and unofficial. And usually one of the first things I do is just generate numbers and be like, okay, so Bugbear, Echo Fighter, neat. I haven't done that. And then the brain starts whirring. For Fleur, it was a little bit more intelligently directed, meaning I had cracked open the Tome of Heroes book by Kobold Press and saw the deer centaur, Alcide, and was like, I've never played a four-legged character. Let's freaking go. And so I have been a wizard before, but never been an abjuration wizard, which I found very neat. And then the rest pretty much was inspired by those semi-random choices. Being an abjuration wizard that strong, it seemed some very easy story points and character drives to be like, well, it's the shield wizard, so her personality is one of that at least attempts to defend and protect. And the fact that she is a fey centaur obviously added some neat, like, where the heck is this person from? Because even with the aliens, everything's aliens, it still is like that. It doesn't normally spring to mind the type of quadrupedal yet also upright aliens fantasy creature. So had some neat phase stuff inspiring behind that as well. And the more I'll talk about her later. So I think that's enough to go on for now.
All right, then, sure. I am curious about how you decided to integrate the face stuff in, but it was, I think, a neat idea. It felt very appropriate for a deer tar.
So I'll pick that ball up next. I felt pretty immediately inspired when Aaron told us that we were doing a proto-myth and sort of explaining how certain mythological figures could be found in stories from across the world. And one of my favorite myths that you actually find in multiple regions is that of the Rabbit in the Moon. I initially heard about it studying Japanese mythology, but then there's also a South American version. And the uniting theme is that the rabbit becomes enshrined in the moon as a place of honor through an act of sacrifice. And so when I was creating Threnian's character, I wanted to make a character that was really devoted, and that theme of sacrifice, if it did come to that, would make sense. And I knew I wanted to play a paladin. Oath of the Watchers just seemed perfect since we were dealing with an aberrant extraplanar threat. But I needed something more personal. When you play a character that's going to be a little bit of a hard ass, it's nice to have a softening element. And when I thought of what would this older character, what would she want to give up everything for? What would she do anything to defend? And that's when I came up with Briar. And big thanks to Aaron for letting me make that such an integral part of the story and for giving Briar so much screen time, because I got very attached to Threnian in a very short amount of time because of how I was able to just have a part of the world that I truly loved.
I don't think that needs anything added to it.
Go for it. Go, Alexoff.
My answer's stupid.
I love your answer.
You don't get to say that.
You're like the best character creation story for this.
So, a little preface to this answer is so interesting because I was talking to Mika earlier today, and the last thing that we talked about was how interesting where people have the foundation of character creation. Like, what is their thing? Like, sometimes it is just a random thing. Sometimes I haven't played this race or this class. Sometimes it's based on a song or a quote. And this one, I've been talking about Fall of Bahiri with Aaron for, I think, 18 or 19 years now. And,
yeah, basically.
And we've had a lot of time to develop. And very early on in development, I have so many documents that are just so much information. And turning this into a playable, workable thing. My favorite genre, especially of literature, is historical fiction. So when he said that, like, oh, we're going to be doing kind of like proto-myth is a great way to put it, this kind of Atlantis and then going into Greek and then this kind of 4-part series, I was like, okay, I definitely want to get in on this. This is very, very interesting. And so it gives you a interesting bit of ammunition to cling yourself to. And I was like, okay, and we're starting. Like, this is number 1. This is where myths and legends get built off of. And that gave me way too much power. And I was like, how much can I fit into a singular character and make it incredibly nondescript of that? And so I guess I'll just throw them all out in one. And you'll hate everyone. So yeah, this is my character. So I have 4 historical fiction like trademarks in Alexov's story. And the main one was, okay, what's a very important part of history I could make reference to with this character concept? And I immediately thought of one thing in particular, which has been lost to history, like Atlantis was. That makes it sound like Atlantis is real. It's real to me, damn it. And
we were there.
Yeah.
We all agree that it was real, right?
So
yeah, right?
You ever say something in your head and then you just kind of split it up and then you're really inspired? I did that. I was like, what's a really important thing in history? I said this thing and I was like, okay, that's my character. Like, it was literally 5 minutes of just like, that's what I'm going to do. So my character, to remind everyone, had shards within him that gave him lots of random knowledge of an entire empire. We'll say that's like a very large catalog of information. One that could be lost to history as if it were a library. And it was because of 2 characters that this information survived, whose names are Alex and Rhea. And so later on, it becomes the Library of Alexandria because of Alex and Rhea. That's the whole concept between Alexov and Marianas. That's why he has the name that he does. That's why he falls in love with the guy named Rhea. Just to make the pun, Alex and Rhea, Alexandria.
I can't believe I did not catch that.
That's why my conversations with Floor were like, oh, we got to figure out this information. And the slates on the shelves became the Library of Alexandria. Essentially like a very long, fucked up love story. And Marianas was, I gave him that last name because I imagined, and we kind of mentioned it, but not really specifically, that 18 years ago, his first burst of power made the largest trench in the world because the ocean is there. So he's the cause of Marianas Trench. His sword is named Lovecraft because it's just this fucked up kind of eldritch thing, like H.P. Lovecraft. And he was a very stoic guardian of very important institutions like a gargoyle. So that's where gargoyles came from. And his ultimate shifter form is what one would imagine a gargoyle actually looks like. So trying to fit all of that into one package of a dude and make him seem incredibly serious when he's actually just a stupid pun.
6 puns in a trench coat.
Your character creation process is amazing puns. And it's truly astounding to behold. And the only reason I didn't react more to those 4 puns is because that was already revealed to me by this point. Whereas when I first learned about Alexandria, I was like, oh God.
Yeah. So that's that. I guess like this is a very long answer. I already said that I didn't want to like have really long answers. But as far as like the concept of like the race and the class combo, I'm probably going to mention it later in another thing, but you know, Penthos is like a later thing going on, but the reason Penthos is the way that he is because I already knew about Lexof and him being kind of the shifter. But I really want, away from all the silliness I just said, the main concept was like, how do I express grief within the rage mechanics, and trying to make that, it's so stupid to say it now, as serious as I can play it without it seeming so pedantic of someone who's expressly sad. One acting thing that you learn is, you don't play cold, you play yourself trying to warm yourself up. So it's constantly like, and you surround yourself with people that are trying to make you feel better, or be better, and not like wallow in that sadness. So yeah, a lot of things in one. I've said too much, but yeah, stupid pun, grief. Now I'm done.
What a tagline.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I can jump in. It's so I took a little bit of a different approach that I usually do for creating a character that I did with Arasi. Usually I start with the question, how does this character solve their problems? And kind of work backwards from there. This time I started flipping through just like a list of moderately to minorly important Greek historical and mythological figures. And until I eventually landed, I was like, my attention kept getting grabbed by the Oracle of Delphi, and it was kind of the original basis for the character. Someone who can see everything, and then I worked backwards with, how does that character solve their problems by knowing about them before they happen. And I thought the obvious choice for that would be a divination wizard, but I played a lot of wizards, and we already had a wizard, so I wanted to do something else. So naturally, the answer was a combination of a warlock and a bard. And I originally thought, so I ended up going with the genie patron. Just, I thought there would be some potentially interesting lore implications for having drawn power from a local elemental source or something like that. But moreover, my original thought was, aberrant mind sorcerer, visions, that all makes sense. But then I really didn't want there to be any significant chance of my character being the conduit through which Baldura emerged. And I thought aberrant
No one
mind
wants
might
to be the reason.
Right, like, some of my other class spells were like conjure aberration. I'm like, I'm definitely not going to cast that. Okay.
Come on.
What's wrong about being the conduit to which the ultimate evil comes to Earth?
I didn't feel like it was right for Arasi.
That's all.
That's fair.
He was, of course, really buddy-buddy with the person who ended up releasing it, so it's close enough.
Yeah. So we do blame you.
Yeah.
I know a thing or two about being inspired by the Oracle at Delphi for a character, so definitely
I also
cheers
thought
to that.
I thought it fit really well with the established information about the Gorgine.
Yeah, it was pretty groovy.
Oh my gosh.
Boy, something that comes to mind as we're talking about this is I neglected to ask about your backgrounds at all, and like just TTRPG playing and how you came to it and how you ended up coming to this miniseries. So keep that in mind for next while Aaron is talking about how he brought these characters from the future back into their past.
Yeah, and that was kind of was a weird like mindset, is because we've already kind of had a little bit of us. I guess I had built them already with the knowledge of what was going to happen, but also not, because we still hadn't really done it yet. So I knew in theory the base parts that were going to be required for it, but not the exact event. So I kind of had to play it loose with some of the characters, especially when it came to like Ares and Gaia. because them being present meant that they were going to have to know a certain amount of things. So then them keeping now that those details away from everybody in the Age of Myth was kind of going to have to be key. So they just, it was easy for Ares because you could just be brooding and I don't want to talk about it. When in fact Aaron, didn't know exactly how things were going to play out. So bringing them back to this time, and then there's also something that I'm still kind of working with is like, how do you approach characters who have been alive for so long and have basically had whole other lives, and now they're having to play a whole other character for themselves, because Ares, coming from his background as being like piecing together what little military is left from this these people on the run, and now kind of just being like, I have to let all that go, but still being like militarily focused was kind of interesting. But you know, didn't really have to do too much with either character, except for I guess Gaia having more to kind of talk to Arasi about stuff. Ares kind of talking to Alexoff a little. That was kind of fun in their back and forth. But for the most part, most of the characters kind of had they're part of this world and thus not necessarily always engaged with everybody. So it was kind of interesting that we could kind of more develop their own contacts within this world, and I didn't have to worry too much about like story cohesion for the most part. So yeah.
Did you find that any of these NPCs were particularly more interesting for you to play in the past versus the present, or just in general?
No, I mean, I feel like that I enjoyed Gaia a little bit because she has I mean, part of the way I play all of them period is just going into what we know of them as characters or as individuals in story, and then kind of breaking down the base core of that kind of, and that was what it was, you know, turned into. So like Gaia has always been kind of the mother maternal to humanity and the gods. So it was kind of like playing that up of, well, she's the one who kind of helped and guide everybody over. Ares is Ares. So like there are elements to his character that I didn't want to like go into, and then there were other elements I was like, oh, he's gonna be very serious, gonna be kind of, but also like in that military sense of he's very business first, but then also has like a jokey side as well a little bit. So kind of, you know, doesn't mind playing along and poking fun whenever he can get away with it, kind of thing. But I feel like because most of the characters that I did play NPC wise were people that were, you know, part of everybody else's story. So with Threnian playing Briar was, you know, like, all right, kind of more just basing it off of Threnian's reactions to Briar and then kind of feeding that same energy back and kind of going back and forth. So that was a lot of fun. And then throwing in a couple of like wild cards, I guess, with Saluk and then Phobin as well. And then that was kind of just kind of, you know, playing along with everybody else and kind of just navigating the vibe. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice to be able to kind of like be unimportant but be important at the same time. And just kind of let them focus on their individual story as all of the events were to go down around them, sort of thing.
You know, this is a bit of a curve from where I was going, but I like what you're saying, so we're gonna redirect it. Sorry, everybody. What you played? I got a couple of questions here. You played level 20 characters in this campaign. What was that like, and did that influence your creation process at all? And you were signing up for a very limited run series. Did that factor in at all when you were deciding who to be?
Level 20 is a terrifying and just such an exciting prospect because most D&D campaigns don't go past, I think it's like level like 10 to 13 is where they tend to cap out. So high level play is really rare to experience, and by that point your character's toolbox is extensive. I won't lie. Part of why I chose a hybrid caster is because I felt that I would be overwhelmed by having more options. So, props to Trevor with Fleur, because, oh boy, a level 20 wizard is a lot. But there is something so fun. I had never played a paladin for an extended period at all. Actually, no, I had never played a 5e paladin before. And just jumping in the deep end with all of the tools and all the fun stuff. It's a way to learn it very quickly, to be sure.
Sure.
And the short campaign was actually kind of a selling point for me because it is a challenge to say everything you want to say in a short time period, but it also requires an amount of synergy and creativity that's shared among the cast, and including the DM in that cast. All of us had to decide that we were going to work together and we were going to make this happen. And I had great faith in the people that were chosen. So I was really excited to see just how much we could do in 4 sessions. And I was admittedly a little sad that we could only do 4. But it was a great ride for those 4 sessions that we did get.
Yeah, kind of branching off of that, it's actually something that I talk about in different ways a lot. The 2 main points pretty much covered there, but just my 2 cents. Level 20 is a very rare thing to get, even more sessions than just a one-shot, just because it is an extraordinarily hard thing to prep for each way, because it's not just a character concept. It is like you are godlike, you are deific in a way. You have a lot of ability, so you really have to think of the full scale of a story, how you got there. And I think the story that in the setting that we have really lent itself to us having kind of, I don't want to say a handicap with that, but like a real helping hand with the kind of multi-dimensional travel, but still allowed us to be like, we are very capable individuals and have kind of a 3-act structure where we're in the 3rd act already. But that also is, major props to the DM. Enjoy the compliment, Aaron. Of it is an extraordinarily hard thing to prep for, I think, on the other side as a DM, because there's so many tools in the tool belt. It is so hard to keep such a confined story, which is kind of the second point, like really on track, because so much can happen, just literally bending reality at any given time. But the other thing that I'd like to talk about is it is very, very good to know how much time you're getting. And that's why long campaigns are quite difficult, because as I've said a million times, D&D is a lot like jazz for a lot of different reasons. And that's because of the kinetic motion, the mobility, the pacing is so important, especially on a streaming platform. And having a long form one, it allows you to have like big breaks and pauses in between these kind of large beats. And very alternatively, a one shot, you have to rush everything. You have to rush context and relationships and backstory and all those sorts of things. You have to get people invested into everything just immediately, and it's very immersion breaking very easily. So having something that was 4 sessions was really nice, because we spent, I think, the first 3 just really developing the relationships kind of in real time, but it really, because of such a wonderful cast, and I really mean that, that it felt so ingrained already. It wasn't like we were developing relationships for the first time. It's that we were at worst like shaking the rust off of ones that had been so ingrained in like a past life, literally, or on the spot having that shorthand. Nothing makes you bond with someone than a shared hate for someone else, and we found a lot of those moments. So I think, to answer your question, this in particular allowed a lot of great pacing opportunities, and it could have easily been fumbled just through sheer excitement of what we were doing. And I'd also like to tack on just like a little third thing that I think is important to this, that other people have mentioned, is that we knew, it's called Fall of Bahiri. We knew shit was going to go sideways, and the freedom that allots you, that you're not trying to save, you're not trying to survive, you want to give the impression of doing so and, you know, use your turns to do all that mechanically, but it allows you to go like, story is more important here. Like, how is this going to be remembered? Are you going to have like a kind of a lasting bit for the other chapters in these arcs? So it was a lot of fun. It was really great. A lot of good freedom.
To throw in my part for the, I'm gonna lose track of all the prompts for this particular one, but playing a 20th level wizard, something I've never done before, and much like the series, knowing like what the time and resources that we had available to us was very scary, but also very freeing, because it meant, all right, so basically I will get all of these spells one time. So while I technically on my character sheet had like 8 to 10 spells that were not prepared and therefore were never used, it just meant like, all right, we've got these 15 or so other spell slots to have access to. And the most fun part of playing a 20th level wizard, because I'm sure it would be different if I were playing a different class or subclass, but the capstones. We never get those capstones as players. And they're always the like, oh, the ageless druid, or like the free wild shape, or that type of stuff. For the wizard, it's a pick a first level spell, a second level spell. You can always use those at any time. And they basically cantripize some strong magic. And the most fun I think I had as the character, a brief interaction where Fleur met Saluk and destroyed his ship and kidnapped him.
Vortex warp.
In a way, exactly,
warp.
in a way that only a 20th level wizard who has that specific signature spell could. Obviously, it could be replicated in different ways, but it was such a unique scenario of I force teleport this man 200 times over the course of a few minutes because I have long range on it. He can't resist doing it every 6 seconds. And it was just it was fun to roleplay through that. It was, for one thing, the stakes were not at the point that they were by the end, where everything was far more emotional and sad. So it was just fun to be a really powerful character, and a player, just being like, I'm going to I'm in a jet plane. I'm going to start firing the missiles. How often am I in a jet plane?
That moment was very, oh God. And then also, now you're thinking with portals, right?
Right? And the wildest thing at the end of that was that scene ended. And yes, I had spent a lot of spells going down there's such a trope of like World of Warcraft or other Mamorpagas where it's like, we're going into the boss. Is that weird to say?
I've never heard it said out loud and I love it.
No, I did not invent that.
I've only
But,
ever
go-
heard people say it letter by letter.
but getting into like the boss level, you see them do all the buffs of like cast,
Yeah.
cast, 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 cast. All right, let's go. And Fleur kind of got to do that of
Oh.
non-detection, true sight, basically all the things that only a very powerful magic user can do. Of like, all right, regardless of what I'm up against, the DM is going to have to get it past me, not the creatures or monsters. And by the end, she really hadn't spent that many spells by the end of that whole interaction. She had used some higher level ones in order to do like the non-detection and stuff. But considering the amount of spells that she cast during that scene, we never tried to do math for the amount of vortex warps
Oh
that
my
she
god.
did. But she cast a lot of second level spells and first level spells in that brief period of scene, and it was very, very fun.
If someone in the chat wants to go and watch that episode of Fall and do the math for us,
That was a
let us
rare
know
high.
in the Discord what you come up with.
I would love to get a stat counter of like, this is how many times Elixoff raged. This is how many
Right,
times
yes.
Fleur cast Vortex Warp. This is how
Honestly,
many times
that's a great
Arasi
idea.
Used,
Yeah.
the politician speak to not.
So good.
Little stat tracker at the bottom.
But
And just to finish out what I think were all the prompts, I won't reiterate, but agree with knowing the time that we had and knowing that it was so limited was both sad, but also really good for the story because we knew that. And so everything came out not immediately, but just in torrents.
mhm.
Like, I don't know how likely one of our biggest scenes it wasn't the hospital, but I forget where the null wall was.
The science
Oh,
center.
The science center.
building,
Yeah.
And one of our biggest series of backstory reveals was prompted by the fact that we don't have time. Things have to give now and things have to be said now. Let's go. And I enjoyed it.
That before I get into my answer, I want to go to that scene where you met Saluk. I'm so happy that Fleur got that scene because I know what Arasi would have done. It would have been much less interesting. Fly up, modify memory. There's nothing here, and you decided to leave. Go back.
There are two types of people.
And this way was so much more interesting.
Arasi has interrogated and kidnapped and mind wiped people before.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
Fleur
it's
has
Tuesday.
not.
Great.
And it's like, I guess you're a prisoner now. You're coming with me.
Yeah, but level 20 is a lot of fun because as Vix rightly observed in the chat earlier, I do like to build a very survivable, very powerful character, a character who is the best at doing what they do, but within a concept, within not getting too much into the power gamer thinking. And I came up I started playing D&D in 3rd edition. I think we're kind of spoiling the next question, maybe.
That's
I
fine. Go for it.
when I was doing my study abroad year in England, there was an administrative error where I was not signed up for anywhere near as many classes as I was supposed to, and I had a lot of time on my hands. So I decided to go to Society Day, where you sign up for clubs, and there was a man in a purple cape with a large cone hat on, with moons and stars on it, the president of the Dungeons and Dragons Society, and I immediately signed up. But one of the things we would do in there is we'd use the old Gestalt rules from 3rd edition to essentially create a 40th level character by taking you get 2 tracks of classes. You'd have like 2 slots of 20 levels each to take classes in at the same time, and you basically you take all the abilities and the best features of them. And the purpose of those rules was to do like 1 or 2 player D&D, so you get all the utility of a 4 to 6 person party but with 2 characters. But what we did is we made them 20th level and made them fight each other to see who could make the best one.
Cool.
So it was a lot of fun to get into 20th level coming from that background, but also the shortness of it is fun too, because there's some character concepts and some character builds that you would want to make that aren't good for a long-term game. Like they're only good at one thing.
Yeah.
And if you build them to be, if that's good for the 1 or the 4 shot that you're playing, then it's great. 30 episodes and you're only in the city for 5 of them, it gets kind of boring.
Mm.
I like the notion to these answers that the constraint ended up being an avenue for creativity. That was pretty groovy. I
Mhm.
dig
I
that
think
a
it
lot.
also, just to add one more thing, I think that knowing we only had 4 sessions also added a sense of urgency to the way that we interacted with each other, and also a desire for us to immediately start working together. Like, we had built-in friction between some of our characters. Threnian going, "Oh, of course it's Fleur." But because we knew we had so little time, it was like, okay, yes, and figure out your reason for working together. Figure it out, make it happen, because we don't have time.
Right.
And I think that ended up making us get really creative with our improv, and it helped us tell a really cool story.
Yeah, perhaps Threnian's counter would be times exasperated by violations of procedure.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking of other things to say, but bouncing off of that, yeah, that's so important to find a reason to work together. And I think the most friction that we had was with Urasi, who is just disconnected via proximity, is so far away. And so when Urasi showed up at the docks, I remember having the kind of moment of, okay, we're trying to keep a secret. Who better to keep a secret than this motherfucker? Just like
it's literally my job.
the least blabbermouthy person ever. It's like, for sure, you know how to sneak. You know how to like get in and out. This is perfect. Let's move
Are
right
you
along.
in? Cool. Let's go.
Yeah. And with that added urgency, it was really nice, and that kind of carried us through the rest. So it's cool.
You got a secret, tell the spy master.
Yeah.
Oh, which David, you mentioned hitting these characters against each other in your past level 20. Do you remember the History Channel show, I think it was, where it was
Yes.
like, what if a samurai fought Bigfoot? Like,
I remember that show.
that definitely comes to mind for that. And
Great
since
show.
you did mention your history playing games, why don't we go ahead and go there, everybody? How did you get into playing TTRPGs, and how did you make your way to Fall of Bahiri specifically?
You already know the beginning of mine, but how I made my way to Fall of Bahiri is I kind of wandered in to Top Down one day, just randomly, and then I guess they liked me, and I started playing in their like community game that's been discontinued now. And then they were like, "Hey, do you want to join the stream?" And I was like, "Yeah." Except it was not phrased in such a it was a little bit more of a message from Shanks, which, sorry if he's here and I'm putting him on blast. I've told this story before. But it was, "Hey, do you have a minute? Vix and I want to talk to you," was the message.
Oh no.
It's like,
Come to my office.
Yeah. But fortunately, it was, "We like you and we want to be on the stream with you." And then I guess I kind of wandered in here, and Aaron thought I'd be good for this, which I'm very grateful for.
It's the opposite of the trope of the drifter who like keeps getting kicked out of towns. He like keeps getting made mayor.
Yeah.
I have too much responsibility already. That seems like a great thing to say. The key to the city for you. No.
You want to stay?
We
We
need a
built a
bigger
house
key
for
ring.
Getting into TTRPGs bit is actually kind of funny for me because I desperately wanted to play D&D when I was in elementary school, and I had a group that invited me, and my parents said no. They weren't concerned. It wasn't even like a puritanical reasoning. It was genuinely just, hey, you're kind of an odd kid and we don't want you to get bullied. But I got bullied anyway. So basically, when I got to college and I no longer had to worry about it, I had a big musical theater background. I feel like a lot of people who do theater end up playing D&D at some point. And I found all the other neurodivergent, burnt out, gifted former theater kids at my college, and turned out they all already played D&D, so I just joined them.
Perfect.
And as for how I got to join Fall of Bahiri, Aaron, I'm so sorry because I genuinely can't remember how we met and how I got a message asking if I wanted to join, and I was coming off of, frankly, a really not great D&D experience, and so I was a little gun shy, and I talked to Hunter, who I had played in a previous live stream campaign with, and Hunter kind of talked me into it and said, no, these are cool people. This is a really fun group. And I am so glad that I listened.
I lied through my teeth.
We need another player.
Hunter was right,
great.
and these people are great, and Aaron's a fabulous DM. And this kind of ended up restoring my faith in doing actual play live streams.
Oh my
So
gosh.
thank you for that.
No, don't make me emotional.
Teamwork.
Yeah. No.
So Aaron, how did you find me?
From the previously mentioned
He hired me to stalk you.
stream source. From your bad time came a good
okay.
time. Yeah.
right,
Yeah. Yeah. It makes me really happy though that we were able to turn that ship around.
For my own introduction to tabletop role playing, it definitely started with D&D, though I always was very into Call of Cthulhu. I've played that so little. It's one of the ones where I'm like an expert on the subject without playing. I love Lovecraftian stuff, but anyway, that's a deviation from it. I started in like college in much of the same way, where I had loved it from afar, didn't really watch or know how it was played, but at least with a theater kid-esque confidence of like, I'll figure it out. I'm on stage sometimes. So thankfully, I had some very cool friends who invited me to their game. I had played like one time in person, and I've blanked that out. I don't remember what happened, but I did not continue with that game. But pretty much just new friends who were doing it, wormed my way into that group, and then via association wormed my way into this one because friends know friends, and I was lucky enough to be semi-adopted. I don't know why. I don't remember.
Kids on Bikes.
What? Do what? Kids on Bikes? That was my first one with Knights of Silver Moon, and Love You Dreamy and everyone involved in that game. With I forget when you invited me to this, Aaron, because the Greek game had already started, but
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Yeah.
I don't remember a win exactly, but yeah.
Anyway, it was fun, and I happened to be there. As is most of the best parts of my life have been. I happened to be there, like how in one time I was third in line for a particular role in a show. and I happened to be available where the other two were not. So be present, and you'll be able to do fun stuff.
True. I'm debating between the long version and the short version. Okay. I played Destiny 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
And I needed to play with people. So for the one and only time I've ever done this, I found like Destiny 2 message boards where they were inviting into your clan in game. And I joined this group whose name I now forget, sadly. And one day, months and months later, after becoming close with these people, they were like, "Hey, have you ever played D&D?" And I was like, "Not for me. I've never thought about it, but I loved playing pretend every day for my entire life because theater." And I was like, "Sure, I'll do this." And we kind of stumbled through it, and it wasn't a good match, honestly, but they did introduce me to the mechanics. And then we had like a breaking off of one guy from there becoming our DM for a home game, and I played with them for like 3 full campaigns. And then I wanted to buy art for our group. So for the one and only time, I watched Critical Role's fan art slideshow that they used to have, saw a style that I was thinking of in my head, and messaged the Instagram of this girl named Gretchen, who had like 50 followers, and she was from South Africa and broke horses for a living. And I was like, "Your art is amazing. Can I commission you?" And she's like, "What's a commission?" And I was like, have you not done that? You're amazing." And she's like, "Oh, that's so nice." And she also works as a graphic designer. And so we became friends. And then 2 years after that, we finally were able to set up a time where I could guest in their game. And they were playing with 2 people that they had met in an incredibly similar way, where they had messaged her. And so this person is Chris and Tiffany, and they live in Ireland, and they're married. And so I played with them for a while, and I had this Corgi Folk character because Corgi Folk was on the table, and for sure I'm taking it. And
Yeah.
and it was like a Fey race, and my character was this loving husband with like 30 kids, because litters. And his wife, they had this mechanic where the corgis get these very beautiful colors, like rainbow colors, depending on a great act that they do. And so I had to, because my character is coming in at like level 17, I made up a story for him, but I also had to make up a story for my wife, who had a beautiful like moon glade on her spine. And so I imagined that she, like, very Thrinian, now that I'm saying it out loud, in the Feywild, lulled the moon to sleep, who was scared of setting each night. And so kind of created this folk tale. And so I was like, well, if I do that, I'm going to have to write the lullaby. So I wrote the lullaby. And then I sent it in the group chat. Yeah, I sent it in the group chat after our first session. And Chris, who is like a virtuoso musician, and I didn't know that at the time, 10 minutes later after we had wrapped, played that lullaby on a little ukulele, and it was gorgeous. And it's on my TikTok, where I made a little video for it, just this beautiful thing. Cut to like 8 months later, and Bo Burnham's Inside comes out, and we message each other, or he messages me really, and says like, "Do you want to collaborate on something? If he can make this in a room, what could we do together, even though that we're really far apart?" And so usually I had said no to a lot of different opportunities, but I was like, I really want to do something. This would be a stupid thing not to collaborate with this wonderful person. And so that was the birth of Je ne sais quoi. And through that, I was able to join a crazy amount of Discords and meet some amazing people who just kind of welcome me with open arms and really like puppets, are still astonished that I'm a human person. And so through incredible amount of kindness and people just looking for a community and to tell stories and to play pretend like I've been wanting to do my entire life and looked at like a weirdo, I was able to find everybody collectively and individually to tell these really cool stories.
We are the weirdos, mister.
Because of Destiny 2.
I've never seen the movie, but I get the reference.
So I also want to know, this has made me think, I was not a theater kid. I tried.
What are you doing here?
I know, right? So I tried to be a theater kid, and I went to public school in the South. And as
Yeah,
anyone
that's
else
hard. That's hard.
who-
Yeah.
who's done that can attest, not super well funded for anything, let alone non-academic programs. And
Funding.
they had a after-school theater program, and I signed up for that. I was like in the 3rd grade, and then like 2 weeks into that, I think the guy who was running it just straight up died, and it never started back again.
Oh no.
This got dark so fast, man.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
So if that had not happened, I probably would have been a theater kid.
Alternate timeline.
Valid.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're a theater kid.
Butterfly effects.
right?
My mom actually comes from like a community theater type of background with her parents, and I was at one point in elementary school signed up for like acting classes, like, and we were doing like some improv warm up making noises, and I remember the teacher instructor decided to be not so happy about the noise that I decided to make. He thought that it was not creative enough at all, and I never went back. So that was the end of that. My elementary school acting experience was like
Oh,
two times I think that I went to that thing.
your
So,
noise wasn't creative enough, so you were banished.
Some people should not be teachers or like work with
That's
children.
true.
I don't understand.
it was sad, but I did still wind up here, so that's pretty groovy. And it is really great, Mika. It's really cool to be interacting with you for the first time. So
Is that
I'm
true?
definitely enjoying
Yeah.
this.
This is the first?
Yeah.
Wow.
A little meta lore for your LoreDumplings tonight.
Deep cuts.
Everyone else, it's been great. I need to get in a game with you at some point, David.
Yes.
So, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
Mhm.
We've been going for about an hour, just a little bit over. How's everybody feeling? We doing good? Do we need to take a little breather for a second?
I'm good.
I might leave for about 2 minutes, but then you can carry on in the meantime.
All right. Yeah, no, let's go ahead and take a slight little break if
Yeah.
you're all right with that, Mr. DM and co-host. And then we'll return.
Yep. So don't go nowhere. We will be right back.
I'm gonna cry.
We're back. Jumping in there.
Ah!
Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna figure out how to get my camera to like where I can do like this and my arms actually go outside of my outside of my little box. It's gonna be really
Why
wild.
are you like this?
That'll
I
be
don't know.
Put
fantastic
on your
and
3D
terrifying.
glasses now.
Out of the box. Out of the box.
Please take off your 3D glasses. The monster in the TV is escaping.
Oh no.
This got Bell Duran very fast.
Suddenly night vale.
It did. So hey everybody, welcome back to us, to Fall of Bahiri, and hello audience. LoreDumplings with the Fall of Bahiri cast. I decided to usher us back in with rapidity because
Nice.
there's a little behind the scenes chat going on that I thought maybe all of
Gotcha.
you would like to know about too. And Trevor was actually discussing the ability of these other players to get into these delightful monologues and to tell these powerful emotional stories with their characters, and was saying just how much of a delight it was to play with everybody. So I won't take the words out of your mouth. Do you have anything else to say about that, as long as we're going with it?
Well, I'll reiterate and sum up of how these players and this DM are just really good at not scripted, laying it all freaking out on the table in a way where it leaves you feeling shit. And I want to write it down all the time. And it gets to be real bad when I'm in the scene because I'm like wanting to pull out and be an audience member and be like, this shit is great. And then they're like, what do you think, Fleur? And I'm like, oh, that's
no.
right. I'm not an audience member. I'm present.
I did
think
the same thing.
the solution is you need to play a character who is a chronicler, and
It becomes very apparent in my notes sometimes when there's just lengthy monologue or dialogue, and then it kind of just like skips a bit. And then there's lengthy monologue or dialogue. That's usually a tell that I was being involved. But yeah, these guys are so creative and so good.
So to that point of these emotional connections, one of the things that Mika, you mentioned was having these characters develop these interactions and these histories and figure out how to work together. How did that end up playing out? Did any of you work on, oh, my character knows you from this, like in the background before the game began? And did you involve Aaron in that process, or was it just kind of between players? Did, as that played out on screen, how did that evolve from there? Did it stick to what you expected, or did they go in directions that you weren't really anticipating?
So there was, and varying levels of preparation, of course, but all of us took some time in the chat with Aaron to talk about if we wanted to have connections, and we all decided that we at least knew of each other. Having a degree of familiarity with each other's skill set helped ease the party formation process, I guess. Since I came into the campaign being pretty good friends with Hunter already, I knew that I wanted some kind of connection with Alexoff, and we decided that since they were both military style characters, that they weren't necessarily the same branch, but they were kind of the post-war drinking buddies that hang out at the VFW, where one is trying to convince the other to, lighten up a little, and maybe try to experience life again after horrific tragedies and witnessing awful things. And then for Fleur, since Threnian was involved with galactic security of sorts, Fleur was the vigilante that I can't help but respect her strength, but also, god damn it, do you have any idea how much paperwork I'm going to have to file because of you? And then for Arasi, it was sort of that you're a person who knows things. So I know of you. I know that you're important. You're on my radar, but hopefully we don't have to cross beams with the things that we're doing. Basically, if Arasi and Threadian are both looking at the same threat, then something's a fucking problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Turns out that was
No,
correct.
It was.
Correct.
Dr. Aura.
And then there was actually between all of us, there was a fair amount of yes-anding with the development of the relationships in game. The mentioning of any specific incidents was 100% on the fly. And I think that all of us kind of took the ball and ran with it on that.
Yeah. I'll add to that for sure. Since I've been talking about this particular campaign for the last 37 years with Aaron, I've
The years grow
Yeah.
longer each time.
and this kind of like has to do with previous questions as well that I didn't really get to. Yeah, the capstones of like Barbarian and all that sort of stuff are absolutely sweet. And I don't like multi-classing as much just because I like seeing what a fully fledged one could do. And so I think very early on that I knew I wanted to be it's very interesting to me juxtapositions, and I knew the setting was going to be extremely magical and have a lot of effects. So playing someone who is known in a like his entire skill set is martial, where magical stuff has happened to him that he cannot control, and the volatility that presents in a person, combine that with the grief, and then you combine that with just the general idea of PTSD and the Mika and I talked about, like Army and Marines, they give each other shit, but of course there is an underlying notion of respect for the service that they did. And the then juxtaposition of, we have this dichotomy of, here's one person who got promoted and here's one person who could have but turned it down. And so there is a abrasiveness, not just with my character and Mika's character, but my character and all the characters like interconnected. You have to find a respectable friction that you can really play around with that does not get in the way of pacing, to kind of bring that back up again, but makes conversations that we move through fairly quickly very rich. And a lot of that we mentioned was on the fly, and kind of using the previous question about the gods as well. I think I made a little micro decision very early on that I just kind of forgot what positions the Greek gods hold in my brain, because that I think would be it would be obtrusive to what is happening in the moment. And I think being present is so incredibly important. So going back to this question, I worked with Trevor as well, knowing that they were going to be an extremely capable and smart character, just, nature of a wizard, and the kind of engineering of the Atlas engine. Yeah. And the natural instinct of protection. And then very close to the start of the campaign, we had a really lovely conversation, and I mentioned the Marianas Trench thing, and I was like, I bet Fleur was there. I bet Fleur is the one who brought him back from the brink. I think he is probably, you can make a good case between Fleur and Thrin of knowing how close Alexoff is to just truly exploding in kind of magical energy through this grief, and also utilizing Fleur as a resource to continue the pun, of course, of like, hey, let's have these sessions of talking about this random knowledge that he has, and then combine that with the conversations with Aaron that Fleur wasn't, or Trevor wasn't really privy to, of there is a darkness there, because of Rhea being sword, and we had this whole kind of mechanic of like, I have this crystal sword. I got the name Cleosite, which has been used really cool, of just like, okay, we have these crystals, they hold, like, how much can they hold? They can hold pretty much anything. And that's how the Rhea thing kind of got started. And then combining that with the pun. And then this Belduran plague, it created this crazy perfect storm of absurdity that I'd love to inhabit. And with Urasi's character, very similar to Mika's answer, of just because of the natural, was it anti-proximity there? But something that I think I briefly mentioned, I don't know if David remembers, but there was I think Alexov really judged people by their innate response to the Belduran plague happening in the Empire. Like, did they like help people? Did they rush toward the pod bays? Did they try to do some secret shit? And I think Urasi was seen to be extremely capable, which is a respectable thing, but also extremely like protective of anybody that they could have been. So I think that really played into, and you make all these kind of little micro connections in your head as you go along, and combine that with being present. So then Rossi showing up at the docks, it's like, that is a trustworthy person for, and not just trustworthiness, I don't have a good word for this, but they understand the sense of scale.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're playing with multi dimensions of, like, that is an incredibly huge setting for like 4 sessions.
Yeah.
To really communicate to people, there's this, that's gone, we're here now, it could be gone, and now we are in this kind of city that is potentially fragile given the stakes that we have designated within casual conversation, right? And there are different ways of communicating that, whether it just be through patrol or position, to trauma just being laid out there, or the notion of secrets being so vibrant. I don't know if any of that made sense, but trying to make sure that you're not only present, but you're pushing a story forward. And Aaron and I, the last thing I'll say is, Aaron and I talked a lot about the weight of exposition.
50 years ago.
Yeah, 50 years ago, for sure. When I was only, I think, 43 at the time. And how difficult that is, because I would listen to Aaron. We had a conversation that was like 3-4 hours long, and Aaron was just talking to me most of the time. Not to say Aaron's like a chatterbox, but like, there was so much information. I'm like, that's a full session of D&D we have talked, or you have talked to me about this thing. We cannot communicate that much. So trying to almost do like a triage of information to the audience was very stressful. But I think it just kind of came out through the emotions and the connections that popped up organically. Now done.
The one thing that stuck out to me is that Trevor, when you and I were talking about how our characters knew each other before the game, I kind of got the sense that we were both going into it thinking that our characters would get along better than they ended up doing, instead of having this kind of like, not even necessarily friendly, they're just straight up adversarial thing going on.
It was very like,
Yeah.
Which Arasi was totally into. It's like, oh, you're scared of me? That's fun.
You are frightening.
You're a demon in your present shape.
Just because I have 6 arms
And a snake body.
and hair.
Feel like we're bearing the lead with the 6 arms.
Yeah. The 7-foot-long snake torso, whatever.
Oh gosh. So
minor detail.
It for sure, it probably is tied for the character that has had the most thought put into their background for me, but it for sure does have the most thought put into character connections for literally all the reasons that everyone's mentioned, of primarily time. It, unlike all the other games where I've been like, I will develop a relationship with this player's character. This one was more like, no, we cannot afford that. So I don't think I really I didn't have a one-on-one with you, Mika, but we more quickly adapted what our relationship was in group settings, and or immediately upon you being like, oh, it's Fleur. So we got it a little bit, we got it quickly. But I had one-on-ones with certainly Aaron and Hunter and David, where it'd be like, all right, so what is the history that our characters have? And it was integral to this whole thing, because not only the time, but also just being able to, yes, and by necessity, less. It was more of like, here's a history that my character actually has and can talk about. Like, I don't give myself enough improv credit to have tried to improvise Fleur's part in the library of Alex and Rhea. So it was good that we were like, all right, no, that's a thing that they for sure have, well before it was brought up. And you and me, David, it was very good to be like, all right, so these are Orasi is the ultimate spy, and Fleur is not the ultimate, but is a very good opposite of that.
Obscure of things. It's like, there's another private sanctum. God.
Yeah, exactly. She's put up about 20 permanently in place. Mordenkainen's private sanctums around the city and around elsewhere. They're just there, and nothing can be seen into them. A way that I kept humorously describing Fleur is, she's like Batman, but not cool.
Always prepared.
In terms of her relationship with like bureaucracy, and her idea that she is the one who's fit to do the things that she does because it needs to be done and no one else can, but she's not edgy at all. Yeah, I think that pretty much answers those.
Just to like punctuate it, as far as like with Fleur, I just want to give a appreciation to Trevor. I did not expect the level of loyalty from those moments from Fleur. It was very welcomed. I was like, wow, Fleur really cares about me. This is nice.
It was really cool to play out. There were some great contrast moments, especially in the science division scenes.
Yeah.
I had no idea at any point where those were going to go, and I think all of us were prepared for it to explode into combat. And I'm still kind of pleasantly surprised that it didn't.
I think,
for sure, we're going, oh shit, oh shit,
Yeah.
oh shit.
I think it was just a pacing thing that it came down to. It's like, I'm fully ready to duke it out with everybody here. But one, I naturally don't like PvP. But also, I think that would have put a spotlight on something that just 4 sessions wouldn't, really necessitate. And also, I think restraint is if handled well, is a much more interesting story.
Mm-hmm. Also, it would have run the risk of potentially, from a like political mindset, of if we'd spent our resources beating each other up, that the ultimate failure to save Bahiri could then be looked at through the lens of, well, if they weren't fighting.
I thought when you said politically, you're like, oh, are you worried about like starting an international incident with the Gorgani? Like,
I mean, that's kind of where
I
my
don't
brain
know.
went too.
Yeah.
Actually, more politically from the like, who do we blame for this? Well, the four of the most powerful people present spent everything, beat each other up, trying to break through a wall.
Oh my god, that's such an interesting thing. Just seeing like Zeus and Ares and Poseidon talk amongst themselves, just like, all right. So power was distributed in a very interesting way. These guys over here, they're stupidly strong, and we hate them for that. Like, just a deep envy of these motherfuckers should not be this powerful. Keep an eye on them.
So, oh gosh, there's a few ways I want to go next. But since
Do
we
'em all.
mentioned the science division, yeah, let's talk about the moment, the true seeing moment. Because I think that was very powerful, and it exposed a lot of uh, deep thoughts about everybody's characters. So, how did you approach that of being gifted true sight, and how each of you responded to that? And Arasi, of course, just always being able to do that. Did that influence how you went through that scene too? Because gosh, that was a good moment. There of in a string of incredibly
We
good
did talk
moments,
about that
so.
afterward, right? Yeah, because it
Yeah.
was, again, just being present and like a lot of little decisions of, one, if somebody gives you something like true sight, especially literally anything, if you are gifted, utilize it in a game. Just even if it's just a gift to the other person, because you don't want to like, hey, I made you a magic item. Great. Put that in my pack, never to be done again. Like really make it something. So being given true sight in that moment was like, okay, I made a cursed legendary weapon for this, and I gave myself disadvantage on perception checks because I'm always seeing Rhea around. And so having true sight in that moment is like, what an interesting juxtaposition for Alexov to be in. And I remember something that Mika said, and I'm trying to remember the first time you said it, if it was in character or not.
I think it was pregame chat.
Yeah, I think it was a description of like, you were talking about, because your character is a Harengon, but kind of modeled after I think it's called the Viera from like Final Fantasy.
Mhm.
And which is like, human rabbit kind of hybrid, but the out of bodiness of, we are so far away from home in literally every capacity, like externally and within our bodies, and our gifts are now these ramifications. I could talk about this forever, but just like Brinians hit me the first of just like, oh, this is somebody who is changed physically. And the name true sight of like, I bet I see the actual person somehow, like away from the qual of this change. And so and also knowing Mika of just going like, I'm going to give you just a little platform to have a moment on. I think if you're playing with people and you just constantly give platforms, you will get it like 100-fold back kind of thing. And so then while Mika was describing this emotional moment, I thought literally everyone is in that same category, because I'm playing the shifter character who is just like, I feel like their bone structure, I mentioned the scars on their face and everything. So Alexov is really fucked up. Flora had mentioned, I believe, in character by that point, just in this kind of like looking in the mirror kind of thing about the horns not being present. And so having that be like, if we're talking about true sight, if we're just thinking about truth as in what this person sees themselves as being, which is this kind of beautiful thing. And then of course you get to Arasi, who is literally by choice this kind of monstrous version, and thinking of all the layers there. And I didn't want to step on toes. So kind of going back to the platform thing of, this is a great opportunity, and again, kind of pacing in 4 sessions, always within that kind of umbrella of like, here is a moment for these people to talk about their backstories and what their truth means in a singular moment, and the contrast to where we are right now in this kind of moment of volatility. So it was a beautiful gift that Trevor gave that allowed everyone to shine there. So I was just kind of like passing the torch along, if that makes sense.
I think you had mentioned how you were so surprised by Fleur's loyalty uh, by the end of this scene, and I can absolutely explain in character and out of character why it was even more strong then, because you, in your very good way of receiving a gift and giving it right back to everyone, uh, after I described Fleur, who, for those who were not present, the Qua Law visually affecting and changing everyone as well as giving them powers, she had lost antlers on the transition, and that is I determined with Aaron that was like a antlers have a social and cultural implication for Alcaides, the centaur deer centaurs. And so there was a lot wrapped up with losing them. And it affected a lot of her view of herself, her relationship with the few family members that she had left. And in their place, literally, there was just like an indent under her hair to not only be like, oh, there was not just no antlers, but you can see that there probably was at some point. And if I recall the quote correctly, you had looked at Fleur, seen what she used to be like, and said, I can see why you miss them.
Oh.
And that killed me. And so literally you could have tried to destroy the city after that moment. And backing you up.
To kind of a similar feeling, you know, Alexoff looking at Threnian and saying, "There you are," having it be a moment of recognition. When I was designing Threnian, I'm gonna get a little vulnerable with this one. So in the crossing, she goes from being beast folk, from being Harengon, rabbit in the face and everything, to looking more humanoid, and in becoming more humanoid, she became more conventionally attractive and more visibly feminine. And I am under the trans umbrella. I'm non-binary, and I often think about the fact that my default will always probably be assumed feminine. And I've made peace with that, similar to how Threnian made peace with that change, knowing who she is at heart, but also knowing that who she is at heart isn't necessarily going to match how other people perceive her by looking at her.
Mm-hmm.
And so having it be a moment of recognition of, this is who you've always been and really still are, was very moving for her as a character and also me as a player, with that being a conscious character element. And for Threnian, this didn't end up coming, it was referenced in game, but I didn't really get all the way into it. But rabbits usually have litters, and the reason why Briar is an only child is because Threnian was pregnant when that change happened. And so Briar was the only one who made it. And so for her, it is this multi-layered loss of, you know, the loss of visible self and a miscarriage that was associated with this. So I think that even though I wasn't able to get all the way into the nuance, we were able to have an incredibly emotional, very impactful, just glimpse into the things that went into that character. And I was really grateful to have that moment.
It was interesting being the one character who had just had True Sight the entire time, presumably like since we got to this existence. But David's mind was being blown by this whole thing, because I hadn't even considered that as a possibility of one of the side effects with True Sight. So I, am embodying this character who does not like to be seen, who is being seen, and also this is not a shock to him what Alexoff is now seeing. So it's I felt like it was a necessity for Arasi to kind of play it off with first time, huh? sort of reaction.
No,
Yeah,
and that
no,
no.
go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say that made it so good because it's kind of like when someone is used to seeing something all the time, they forget that they are seeing it, and so like for Orasi, that would make so much sense that he would be like, oh yeah, first time. But then even you as a player having that same kind of reaction, I'm like, oh my gosh, I hadn't even thought about it. Makes it almost make that much more sense because you're like, I see these kind of things all the time. I see everybody for how they are. So it kind of just brings it back into perspective for him that, oh yeah, this is not what everybody else sees, you know?
Oh yeah, that's a very real sort of emotion too, right? Is like having a moment of cogence of like,
Mhm.
oh, wait a minute.
Seeing it for the first time
What I
again.
do is a bit unusual.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's an interesting philosophical notion that I really love finding in games like this and with wonderful people that you can reflect on it. Not to get too heavy about it, but just the idea of do we, in order to prop up, in an effort to prop up our own truth, do we borrow from the perception of others? And is perception, if universal, a now tangible truth that we have to live under? If that makes sense.
You know, I would say to some degree, it does, right? Is like we cannot escape the perception of others, right? We all live inside it all the time. So I think it does have an impact, right?
Yeah, and
whether we
it's
want it to or not.
right. And I think I get a little upset at people that just go like, just don't care what other people think, because you don't have to care necessarily. But there's also a necessity in a lot of instances to be aware of it for simple navigation purposes. And if you are navigating those paths so often that they beat into your own brain, then that affects your own singular truth. So I think, to kind of bring it back to this kind of D&D fantasy time, is true sight being a trying to think of the right word, reminder, something better than that, but a showing to the person in question, whether it be Thrander, Flora, or Rossi, that your truth is still the truth, even if it's not being perceived as such. And I think that is probably the most powerful part of it all. And just a secondary point really quickly, and I honestly had forgotten what I had said, so I'm glad everybody remembered. But I do remember thinking, what is, and also in an effort not to step on toes or to tell somebody else's story, what is the simplest version of their truth that I can prompt them with that only means something to them if they want to expand on it? So just being as incredibly general, so like, there you are, and shit, I forgot the phrasing now, with Flora.
I can see why you miss them.
I can see why you miss them, is like, no one knows what that means unless Flora decides to do something with it.
Right. You volleyed and allowed them to volley back.
So anyway, good question. That's great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there's there is quite a lot that I could talk about on that topic, but that's probably for a different Lore Dumplings, because I too am a person of trans experience, so I've done a lot of self-reflection about perception and reality and all of those things, right? Uh, now though, I would like to talk about Beldura because the name did come up. And I feel like we need to get into this cosmic threat. So to set the stage a bit for our viewers, right? Uh, this the big bad of Fall of Bahiri is this entity that has that all of these characters are refugees from another universe, another place in time, and they, as a society, wound up making this fateful decision to try to hide directly under the nose of this thing in its home location as they fled, and have constructed these little orbs of safety trying to rebuild their society and eventually maybe one day strike back at this thing. It had some very unique properties that made it a significant threat. And their transition from one universe to another, these characters and these people did impact them in very profound ways, as we heard a little bit about. Let's just dig into that. I know it's a bit of a big, broad thing to get into, but let's talk about either your reactions to Beldura as players, either during the reveal moment, about what how you thought things would maybe go down, or just developing your character's approach to dealing with this as something you have faced before that you may have to face again. And
Well,
for the DM too, coming up with this thing even as an entity, and unleashing it on everybody there in the conclave.
I
I would
will
like you
throw
to
out
discuss that a little bit too. Trevor, please, by all
Sorry.
means.
with my experiences. As I mentioned, I'm quite a big fan of cosmic horror, and through my lens, particularly, that is what Beldura truly represents. And with a lot of Lovecraftian cosmic horror, and like Call of Cthulhu as an RPG system, and a lot of other things like it and inspired by it, the end goal is not to win. The end goal is to push back the darkness for yet another day. And that mentality, I don't know if I'm breaking up, I don't think so, but my internet might be spotty. Okay.
So far, so good.
Excellent. Affected both the way that I have, as a player, thought of Beldura, as well as how Fleur has reacted to Beldura. With Fleur feeling the overwhelming, all too familiar for all the people of this society, trauma and fear of Beldura, her initial response was to become a bulwark against it, believing that she can literally hold it back by strength, pretty much of her own new strength alone. And there was a decision that I and Fleur came to near the end of the combat that I'm still thinking about often, where when near the end, it was probably like 2/3 into the combat, Fleur was running out of resources, and the cosmic threat was growing. And she decided that the ultimate thing that she wanted most in that moment, believing that she couldn't win anymore, was to be with her loved ones. It became less about trying to stay off the darkness and more if the darkness is going to envelop me, I want to be with the people I care about. And so she left the situation. And she provided everyone else via a wish spell for those who were not present. She cast the wish spell, and at Aaron's approval, each of the party members was given a one-time teleport to wherever they most want to be use. For Fleur, that was literally by her sister's side, and it was very ambiguous what happened to her, what happened to her sister near the end. With the rest of the party, who continued to fight, I won't say their piece for any of them, certainly not how they were reacting to Beldura, but one of the reasons why I've continued to think about it is that no one else left. Which says a lot for their characters, and also is just a reflection back on Fleur and the type of person that, when faced with something they find overwhelming, decides to stop fighting. And I don't have things to say about that, but just the mental exercise that brings about.
I will say that's a very worthwhile story to tell too, and I think it shows the nuance of tragedy and the different reactions that people have to it. Because when it came out that Alexoff was housing a fragment that was tainted by Beldura, my immediate fear and Thren's immediate fear was, great, I'm gonna have to watch one of my close friends usher in the darkness that I've been watching against this whole time. And luckily, that didn't end up being the case. But for Threnian, there was a kind of a reoccurring catchphrase, it's only paranoia until you're right. Because she was so focused on watching the perimeter and trying to make sure that nothing came in, and she really never expected it to come from the inside. And there was a moment in the reveal, and I was muted, so it's the swearing and like flinging, that was all me.
It was I loved it.
That
I
was
have
all
that
me.
clip.
Because Michaela is going, but for Threnian, it's almost a sense of, oh, my camera's on, there we go. For Threnian, it's almost a sense of relief because it's finally happening. This thing that I've been preparing for and watching against, the thing that, people who knew the threat knew that Threnian wasn't crazy for taking it seriously, but there is still there's an amount of time that passes where people start to lessen their guard, and Threnian's never lessened.
Mm-hmm.
And so now is the time. She had her contingency plan, she knew her mode of attack, and her win condition was make sure my daughter gets out safe and hold back as much as I possibly can. And there was a moment towards the end, I had made peace going into the final session that I didn't think that Threnian was going to make it. And that phone call with Briar when she was outside the hangar.
We're all talking about trauma responses.
Instantly triggers everybody.
So I treated that with the gravitas, and Threnian treated it with the gravitas of, this is my last phone call. These are probably the last words that she's ever going to hear from me. And it started off as panicked and reminiscing about when Briar was a little girl and the stories that she told that she brought over from the Feywild, the stories that were unique to Harengon, and connecting with that aspect of lineage that Briar didn't actually get to grow up with. Briar had never seen the moon or stars. All she knew of them was the stories that Threnian told. So she wanted Briar to know that I love you, I support you, this isn't your fault. And if I'm not sure if I've talked about it with everyone here, Iskra, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Watership Down. So I thought of and decided to bring in the story of the Prince with 1,000 Enemies, where one of the through lines of his stories in Watership Down, this mythology, this proto rabbit figure, is when they catch you, they will kill you, but first they must catch you. And so Thrennian had decided that she was going to fight until the last minute, but for Briar it was okay to run because she had already played her role. And I think the reason why Thrennian was finally okay with running at the end was because she had taken out the biggest immediate threat that she could. There was nothing more that she could do, and she also realized that this was the only interstellar travel viable ship on the planet. And if Baldura got it, that was going to be a problem. So either I'm going to fly out and remove it and I get to see my daughter again, or I fly out and I burn out in the atmosphere, and at least I did what I could. And I was really I cannot overstate the emotional roller coaster that I went on in those final moments, and just the gift that Aaron gave me with getting out and having that phone call go through. And I cannot imagine a better last set of words to fade to black on for Thrennian than just, "Hey there, Cottontail." And I was so happy with the direction that was allowed to go.
There were several moments of ambiguity in Thren's ending that were incredibly moving. The explosion, the water slowly filling up while she's sitting in this recently disabled ship, trying to please make it move. Ooh, ooh. And it's interesting to think about how Thren constantly having her guard up and never letting it down ultimately influenced her relationship with Briar, and how it all worked out in the end.
Yeah, I think Aaron, another shout out to your DMing. I know that there was a lot of improv involved with Briar, but the way that you picked up on the fact that Thrennian really, really loves her daughter, but is also a little bit overbearing and has a reputation for being a hard ass. So even though she came at being a parent with the best of intentions, kids will have their own reactions to particularly when your parent is someone who is really intense and really accomplished. And I think that their relationship arc was also a really incredible story, even though it was mostly something that happened in the inside conversations.
Mm-hmm. No, and that was something that we had talked about once, I think, in last year when we were first talking about it, and we were going over the
60 years ago.
75 years
Many
ago.
moons.
Was that we had this whole group of people that were not Orphics, so they didn't have any, they didn't have the power, right? And they were all born here. So then we started also talking about, there's got to be a whole bunch of people that only know of Baldura and the plague from stories of the people who have lived through it, because now we have generations who were born after the fact. And then realizing that Briar is one of these people, having been born during the migration or just after the migration, they know nothing of all besides the stories that Mom and everybody else has talked about. So it was kind of one of those things that I didn't. It's not like I had any sort of script for things that Briar was going to say, because everything just had to go with whatever the moment was. But that first line, and I thought about it later, was just that first line of "Mom, is this is that the plague?"
God.
I was being is this everything that you had talked about that's here now? Because even though on the flip side of that, she had been working with it with Dr. Aura, it wasn't moving, it wasn't inert, it hadn't done anything, it hadn't shown any signs of life. So to her it was just like, I mean, there's no different than seeing a jar full of Jello. It's just like, okay, it's just inert. This is just part of it. I've never seen it as an organism before, and then being like, oh my god, this is the organism.
Well, I think that's why. Well, I can say that's why Thren wasn't mad at her, because
Yeah.
Dr. Aura should have known better.
Yeah.
That Briar didn't know, and it wasn't. There was nothing she could have done with that lack of knowledge.
Right.
Yeah. Speaking of Dr. Aura, once
Rossi has some opinions.
Speaking of,
yeah, so David didn't quite put it together in time to do anything with it, but right at the beginning when I scryed on her, that was enough information that you gave me for Orasi to know that whatever was in that box was not inert. And she then also must have known that it was not inert, just based on the readout that I saw over her shoulder. And then when I saw that same box show up, I feel like there was an opportunity there to get a half of a round head start on it that I did not put together in time. But I mean, also, Orasi didn't press her too much. I don't know how much this came out in the game, but when we were talking about like the backstories and things, it's really one of his closest friends, and they'd worked together a lot even before the move, and trusted her to be very responsible generally. So I think there's yeah, and there's clearly that didn't play out, or something changed, and I'm very interested what that is, if she was under the influence of it the whole time.
Well, the dramatic irony of it, because the moment the box appeared and the heartbeat was registered in our party whisper side chat, I cracked a joke about, oh, Pandora's box. And Threnian, like, there's no way for her to know.
Just... All of us lost it the moment.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't get the pun of Dr. Aura.
Yeah, I didn't either.
And so the moment I did, I was like, I knew clearly that the world was about to end as a player, but to see it happen was to be like, oh, fuck, no!
I heard the first name Panda. I was like, your name is Panda.
So I love, though, this notion, just very, very quickly, about relationships being these very powerful connective tissues that made positive things happen. But also, like in this situation with Orasi and Dr. Aura, Orasi trusted Dr. Aura to do the right thing, and that ended up being a vulnerability.
And I thought it was very, very appropriately tragic that the man who could see everything couldn't see the one thing that was important because it was too close to him.
Right, because it was a friend.
Yeah.
Which is just so, you can't script that stuff.
Right?
Like, it's so juicy. I love D&D.
To your question, Iskra.
Yes.
And I've been like turning it over in my head because it's such a long answer, because we're talking about the antagonist, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just going to swiftly move through multiple points without
Let's do it.
putting
Yeah.
a lot of meat in there.
Let's climb on this Concord of answer and supersonic ourselves around Terra.
Well, I've been talking about Beldura for 117 years, and it's been part of my life, most of my life. Yeah, since I was in
a
elementary
child.
school. Yeah, I've been thinking about Beldura. Now, I made some very distinct decisions in how I was going to interact, especially in a short form game like this, and with such a crazy, BBEG who is not going to be defeated. They are going to be throughout time, like for these different kind of 4 chapters. So that gave me like a lot of freedom to interact with it in a way that you really don't get a chance to ever. in this sort of game. One of the first things is, in no real particular order, Alexov is this being of grief. I really wanted them to represent grief. And of course, the 5 stages of grief are very, very prescient in that. And we are coming into the last part of Alexov's life here. And he is fully in depression, like stage 4. And I know you kind of bebop around the stages of grief, but just for, this kind of explanation, he was just in that weird depressive state where he had bargained, for sure. He had been angry and kind of like the trench incident and against Ares and the authority and things like that. And of course, just the absolute grieving part. But sorry, the music change really got me there for a second. I was like, what's happening? So during the end fight, that was kind of mentioned by Floor when we were talking about the teleport thing. It was easy for Alexev to keep fighting because it felt like his arc had ended in this really interesting way. I remember that round just looking at the opportunity of Beldura's out. And as fucked up as it is, Alexev is like, I can let Rhea out now. And coming to acceptance in real time during a turn of combat, to just punctuate it and allow that to be a proper moment, and everything after it is just gravy. But to give it the proper kind of close. And then kind of like going back a little bit, thinking about, and I've mentioned this before, is in tragedy, a million people dying is a statistic, a few people dying is a tragedy. And so you can't tell the audience that like there is an empire of trillions and they all perished. And then you're like, you can't comprehend that scope. So you got to lean into the simple truths. And so I was like, okay, focus on one person. And kind of through this pun, I was able to go like, here is this one person, Rhea. And I also made the cognizant decision to play an openly gay character, at least openly to the audience. But having these questions throughout and not assuming anything, like, here is this person who died that he loved, right? What is the more tragic option? That they loved each other, or that and knew about it, or they loved each other but they never said anything before they could. So not, I don't think unrequited is the right word, but just like unsaid, especially in their field. And the other thing was like, oh, he died, Rhea died, and there's survivor's guilt by Alexov. What if he didn't? What if it's worse than death? And I was presented with this antagonist, Beldura, kind of going back to the question, that I was allowed this, and combine that with Cleocite, I have a really interesting opportunity to preserve the worst, hoping for the best. So having a moment of grief that is pure bargaining, and the moment of what does an act of love constitute? And having that moment that we don't see contrasted with, well, we did do a flashback, but contrasted with, I think, what Meek Thrin brought up, and me saying, I have sacrificed every single day because I haven't let Rhea out. So every day I make the decision to save everyone except for myself. And so I think it's such an interesting, and I really want to get to the like nervous system of the question, because my relationship with Beldura as Alexov is incredibly intimate. It starts almost as like this roommate kind of thing, and then I think I'm so what's the word? I keep forgetting words, but it's like proximity therapy, but like just being around something that you're scared of all the time.
Exposure therapy.
Yeah.
Exposure therapy. Thank you so much. But it's like he is constantly around a Belduran state as amorphous as this thing is. So his grief and his trauma that he can never communicate to someone is like, I'm not remembering, I'm living. I'm doing all this. And what is at stake and what is at bait is this puppeted Rhea version that I don't know. And this is kind of like a gift I gave to Aaron, or a curse, of just like, I don't know what's in this sword. I know the decision I made. I don't know if Rhea is just totally Beldura now. I don't know if I'm bringing Beldura. I don't know if Rhea's going to die immediately. I don't know if shattering the sword shattered Rhea. I don't know what happens in Cleosite. Are they being like, if you're in pain and you go into a Cleosite, are you just in pain this whole time? Or do you just not feel anything? There's just, this weird kind of cryogenics question. And so that unknowing is also mirrored in Alexov's demeanor all the time. Did I, in order to keep a promise to Rhea to save them, agree to torture them? And now I can't undo it because I could kill everyone else. And that is this like ongoing constant that how do you communicate that amount of barbs and thorns of a person without being the just most giant asshole that is not fun to watch, right? And so I really leaned heavily on the rapport I had with everybody else to give a sense of humanity and normalcy to Alexov, because it's very, very easy to lose yourself in that.
Yeah.
So I felt very much the weight of the allegory of grief, what it could be. And that's also why he's a shifter, because I was like, I want to show this externally. Like, how do you feel? Like, if you've gone through anything traumatic, you do not feel like yourself. You feel like a mutant. And you think it is on your face. It is being shown. And so trying to navigate that I'm so glad it's a short form, because I don't think I could play that character long term. Because it's very hard to kind of justify. And kind of like with Thrin, he did not expect to get out of this. Everything was made of just like almost the relief, as per mentioned, of someone else letting Beldura out, of like, it wasn't me, yeah. And again, props to DM of just like, hey, we're in the middle of combat. We have to have this very sweet moment. I was fully crying, and if I said anything more than I love you, which was hard enough to get out. Also, the day that we played was a really, really emotional day for me, Hunter, the guy. So just like having this, like, I mean, a great time to be kind of grieving, but to not make it a blubbering mess and to carry the weight of 20 plus years of grief. It was like a really interesting ask. So yeah, the relationship with Beldura is not one of fear. It is so familiar that's where the scary part comes from.
Did everybody go?
I think.
Oh no.
Yeah, any more additives here about
Hey
Beldura?
Aaron, that was kind of messed up. How'd you come up with that, huh?
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I've decided to, instead of considering this the logical thing of being a artistic expression and a neat idea, I'm deciding to believe that this is a darkness within you, and we need to draw it out.
Dreamy, who hurt you? No, I mean, it was interesting because it's like in a lot of the media that I had read growing up, because this being a story that I had written as a kid,
A century
basically.
ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
200 years ago. And I went with a lot of stuff that was in like books that I loved. So like Dune talks about fear is a mind killer. And so I kind of just took that core concept, and then I was like, well, fear
Made it
is
literal.
made it literal. I mean, made it literal. I was like, sometimes there are so many phrases that we as a society have built around fear and like overcoming fear, and just a lot of the worst things that have ever happened in human history are based out of fear of something. And so I was like, fear is a core concept that everybody's familiar with and everybody knows in one shape or another. I was like, what would happen if you took something that could that for now is just like that is something that like is phobias are based off of, but then what if that phobia becomes reality because of your fear of it to begin with? I was like, what if someone had that ability to make something that you were scared of happening or scared of in general like a reality? And then thanks to the magic of D&D, like you have so many spells and concepts and creatures that are capable of doing these things and can actually give it a physical like form. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is all comes together so nicely in a nice little bundle of terrible things. I was like, it can go from just being afraid of a physical creature to being afraid of concepts, and then how terrible and like wonderful that sort of power would be, like to see it where, oh, this is what you're scared of, then I can make this a reality and it can chase you. I'm like, that's horrifying and gratefully does not exist. So unless but yeah, it was just something that I was like, well, this is something that everybody will be able to relate to. And even as an audience where we don't have the full scope of everything that the characters would have seen, it's easy to imagine it quickly because you can put yourself in that spot of like, oh, there is something out there that is this terrible. What would that be like to be running and hiding from it? And then especially knowing this is where it came from, when is he coming back? Or is he here already? Or, like there are so many different points of stories of like being afraid of what's out there. I'm like, well, why are we so afraid of what's out there? What would but at the same time also yearning to go, like not everyone, people have this yearning to go to the stars, of like space exploration has always been, or exploration in general has always been such a human thing. And then to also have the finding of home and feeling how safe, how you want to feel safe from what's out there. And it's like all of these things, if you put a different spin on why, you have this explanation that kind of just makes sense, I don't know. I'm crazy. It's fine. We'll just go with that.
No,
You
it's
could have
lovely.
said that.
Delightful. I like all of that. And it has been really great to experience that both as a viewer and in Age of Myth.
Mhm.
So, and it is, we're coming up on 9:00 Central Time. I know that there were a few of our lore dumplings that maybe need to go in the refrigerator before, rather while we eat the rest. So
We made so many
do-
dumplings, and
do a little bit of a check-in. How are our dumplings doing? Does anybody need to run away, or are we gonna keep going? Also note that if at any time you need to say bon voyage, just go ahead and do the little universal Knights of Silver Moon fingers crossed, I've got something, and I will go ahead and stop the conversation momentarily, so you can bid us adieu. So yeah, everyone solid?
Doing good here.
I can just keep going for sure.
Okay. Cool beans, but not cool dumplings. They're nice and steamy still. So
Well, you know, Aaron undid an extra button, so it's definitely gonna
I
be
did.
sweet.
Oh yes.
Yeah. It's true.
gotta keep it saucy here.
As we
Saucy
continue,
dumplings.
you are becoming more and more of a fantasy novel cover. You're just like Bill
Beautiful.
Dura. There goes the
Overdo it.
button. Okay.
let me just undo my hair to help with this a little bit. No.
Whoosh. I love that.
Oh,
There we go.
yes.
Thank you, David,
Glorious.
for covering me.
Truly is beautiful.
One moment.
Yeah.
Majestic.
It was good. Let's see. Where shall we go from here? Does anyone have any parting thoughts on Beldura before we move on to a
Oh,
another
on Bill
topic?
Dura? No.
Yeah.
Asshole.
Yeah.
That's a good
What
one.
a dick.
Just the idea of an assimilation-based plague that has an exponential contagion factor is just ugh.
Right.
And the way that you were able to convey how quickly things got out of hand because of each additional vector, it was so much lead up. It was like 3.5 sessions to the reveal, and then once that reveal finally occurred, then we're on the runaway train to the end. And echoing previous conversations about pacing, I think that the way that all of us just kind of shifted into high gear was fascinating to take myself out of it a bit, fascinating to watch, but just to experience, it was really incredible to see how everyone was able to lock in, and how if there had been any concerns about finding our characters, those concerns were gone. We were in it, we were immersed, and we were going.
Yeah, there's something interesting that I felt watching was just the design of the combat space itself lent itself to watching this unfolding disaster that the characters were struggling so hard against, but were not going to be able to fully prevent. Having the conclave designed as this area in which all of you had arrayed yourself in the center, trying to stop this initial outbreak point, and then having people on the mezzanine in the background just falling, changing, and things getting out of hand so quickly. It was something. It was something very powerful to watch.
I'm a big fan of the John Carpenter movie The Thing, and I think Beldura, certainly what we witnessed, is what happens if the thing did not land in Antarctica.
Yeah.
And it didn't need to hide, just touches you, you're me now, touches you, you're me now. And Aaron, again, you did such a fantastic job of really setting in how awful this is, not only for that, of the death and the absence, literally just like there's the layers of awful. If it killed you, if it touched you and you died, that sucks. But as Fleur was able to witness, thankfully under the shield of mind blank, by basically reaching into a thin layer of the consciousness, and I don't know how many of you know what gibbering mouthers are like and do, but they basically keep you alive. As Hunter had been talking about how it's this who the heck knows what state these people are in, they are still there in the worst way possible. They are still very much just enough there to be in the most hellish state, and it's truly bad. And Fleur, thankfully, being under the spell of mind blank, could literally shut out all the
just
horrific
immediately
voices
hung that
were
phone up,
screaming
yeah.
at her.
Ding dong.
'Cause-
No thanks.
It was an
Just
unexpected but very fun thing. We had established the reason that she for those ones who weren't there, was not for that purpose. Someone before, as things were escalating quickly, but had not reached the disaster yet, a lot of our party went to move and try and prevent this from becoming what it did. But there were a few guards in the room who saw Fleur starting to cast spells, starting to literally just start going wild, and they magically and emotionally tried to restrain her. They countered one of her spells and they cast Calm Emotions on her. And she very much was not okay with that.
Yeah, preserving
And-
the decorum of the proceedings for sure.
Exactly. And so she had cast Calm Emotions so that people couldn't, or she'd cast Mind Blank so that stuff like Calm Emotions doesn't work. But it also allows you to precisely choose, or actually, something else might have given her this choice.
I think that was the ring.
Ring of Mind Shielding. It was a combination of things, but could not receive psychic damage, and also due to the Ring of Mind Shielding, could hear that we determined, thanks to Aaron's DMing, that she could tell someone was knocking at her telepathy door, and she could choose to leave the door closed. And there were a lot of taps on that door when she peeked into what Beldura's thought was. And she's like, that door is remaining closed and I'm not fucking opening it, and just noped out of that whole thing.
Hunter, I see you chomping at the bit. What do you have?
Yeah, it reminded me of kind of like what Mika mentioned. This is a very emotional kind of thing, and you can't help but think about what's going on. And the conclave was just kind of built up as like, okay, that's the end. Like that's where we're going to be. And so knowing what the nice music conversation points of the antagonist structure that is under the umbrella of Beldura, but knowing Alexoff would see this, I don't know how to put it, but like almost like a political overreach of it is, according to them, this kind of power structure, that it is very bad that these powers that we have inherited that give us an edge are now being diluted by being here. And where Fleur had said that maybe there are preventative measures that we can put in that kind of wash away within the conflict of just, wanting to go back and be with loved ones. I had footnotes, I did, of like a monologue that may come up if they start talking about this shit. Of just like, how fucking dare you talk about that children are not powerful enough. The prevention in 2 ways of not having Beldura as a plague absorb an incredible amount of power that you're wishing upon children is only going to make Beldura stronger. And the fact that you are instilling fear in even having this conversation is making Beldura stronger. And I wanted to underline that the protection of innocence of the generation, and coming from like Alexoff, who is the most traumatic character that I'll probably ever play, where they are wishing upon children the thievery of their innocence and purity in order for a future conflict to be potentially more successful is already a loss. And trying to not have that as Alexoff necessarily grandstanding or too self-righteous, but built in the lore and having a different way of looking at this antagonist structure, and I had another thought in there. I think I lost it, but that's okay. Happens to me all the time. Alexa wouldn't be under the like I will fight it, and maybe that is because of this intimate relationship that he had with Beldura. It was always going to be run.
No.
And if we get another year where people just don't know, and maybe they do know, but they don't really get it. Like Briar was a great kind of representative of that kind of notion of like, it is great that you don't know. It's great that you really don't get it.
Yeah.
That is something really to be envious of. Oh, the other thing that I remember having a footnote of wanting to say, like, you think that you acquired power from moving dimensions when all you did was acquire more ego. Thinking that you can actually beat Beldura just with, you know, fire and lightning, and, you know, kind of looking at Ares and Zeus respectively, kind of thing. But we didn't have that because Dr. Panda came out doing that whole thing. But I really liked having that conversation with myself of underlining the separation of Alexa, who was such a buttoned up soldier for so long, to be like, this is totally the wrong way of thinking. It is so inhumane, almost by definition. Anyway, just want to say that.
Mika, what do you got?
And I won't stick on this for too much longer, because anyway. But I love when there are coincidental through lines, when there are themes that we did not agree upon beforehand that become themes of the campaign. And Hunter, while you were talking about that, I thought about the early conversation between Thrennian and Briar, where she says, if we do our jobs right, you will never have to worry. If we do our jobs right and the people who are supposed to protect you are successful in that, then you will get to build the future that you wanted to build. And that really is why she was so adamant that Briar run at the end, even when she wasn't sure that she was going to run. And frankly, if another enemy had been nearby, she would have just kept going, fighting, and gone down fighting. And even though it was a terrifying, abrupt shift for Thrennian to disappear to a new area with that enemy mid-combat, that was ultimately what saved her. Was that taking her out of it to where there was no one else for her to fight. And only then did she decide it was okay to run.
Oh,
Yeah.
love it. Just chills. That entire sequence.
Next
so
question,
good.
please.
Yeah, you bet. Okay, so lightening it up a little bit, or maybe making it moving again, because here we go. I'm gonna talk about favorite moments, and I know that some of them were probably incredibly emotional and devastating. So, but some might be little fun ones. One of the things that I actually, to kick it off, really enjoyed as a viewer was kind of a meta moment of just looking at the difference in interaction between the way that all of these different people respond to interacting with people who are like superior to them on the hierarchy. And just those different relationship dynamics were great. Thren and the Commodore, Alexif and Ares, and then looking at Arasi talk to Ares, and just how completely different that was. Those were all really fantastic little pieces there. So that's something that I really enjoyed. So to everybody else, what are some favorite little moments of your own from this here, or big ones, I
Hey,
guess. Big moments
Go
too.
ahead, Trevor.
Oh, I'll go first because I've already mentioned most of them. But one just moment that makes me smile due to the cinematic imagery of it. For one thing, the whole kidnapping of Saluk, but also him saying something about like, my ship still flies, and then she just broke off the entirety of the engine. It has.
In my head, cinematically, Saluk is in the foreground. The ship is in the background. Saluk, in focus, says, "My ship still flies." Shift to focus on the ship, and it just breaks. And then we shift back to focus. It's like just a like silent nod, quiet acceptance.
Oh
Favorite,
man.
favorite lighthearted moment was that. Favorite emotional moment. I really got invested in everything Threnian and Briar based. There were, of course, amazing moments from Alexoff, particularly when he got his horrible, wonderful closure with Rhea. Loved Orasi just always being there with the first time. Just you served as a excellent stabilizing factors, not accurate, but
Foil?
like
Like a foil?
yeah, there were
A little bit.
you were
Almost like a little bit of a third wheel, kind of.
yeah, that has a negative connotation, but
Yeah.
of how it was such a little thing of your like first time, but to throw in my own very, very brief praise of it, it was one of the things that has been very necessary throughout this process was the little bits of humor. And I think you absolutely, both you and your character, really nailed that little. Here's this tiny little coin flip of smile for a sec. There's all the emotions going on first time, and then it's like
It'll
okay,
make
we
the
can.
pain hurt
We're
more
able.
later.
We're able to swallow this. We're able to deal. And I loved your character.
Oh,
So
right.
most of the story.
I was going to disregard the question, Iskra, to comment on something that
Sure.
you enjoyed. The
This is his interview now.
One of the
come
things.
over into my box and do my gen.
Sure, I'll be right. You just got me thinking with how all the different characters got to interact with different levels of authority, and at least I don't understand entirely what the hierarchy is, but I had it that in Orasi's mind, the only person who he needed to worry about what their opinion was Gaia.
I feel like that's probably the case. He definitely felt like he was in this, director of the CIA type
Yeah.
of position for the Gaians,
Like-
and thus his interactions with others were treated in that way.
Like, to be technically in the hierarchy, but also kind of next to it was a lot of fun. And to bring it back, I thought, like, with Floor staying as long as they did in that fight, like, you're just like somebody. Like, I don't even know how they let you into this room. Like, you're not an official. Like, what are you doing here?
She's Batman.
Yeah. I thought it was very, very valiant for someone with like no sort of obligation to participate in the fight to do it anyway.
That's a good point. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, especially as these intensely powerful individuals are being ushered out by others, right?
Yeah.
So,
And that was something that I didn't even. It was like one of those afterthoughts because in the heat of the moment, there was so much stuff going on in that last scene. Aside from trying to navigate like the map and keeping everybody's people, or and trying to think of like you're trying to. Combat has never been one of my like prize things to do, and especially when there's a large number of pieces on the field. And I literally did the most amount of pieces that I physically owned and just put them in one spot, and then went like, all right, so how do I move all of these things in per round? But it was one of those things where, like, here, all of these people were gathered together talking about how they are going to muster up the power to defeat Baldur when he returns. And the very first instance of a semblance of the plague returning, everybody runs, because it kind of went like, I didn't think about it at the time, but it makes so much sense, because you may have talked about it for the last 20 years that you're going to now have the power to try and stop this. But you're gonna go back to the default of what happened in the last universe, and that that initial reaction is going to be run for your life, try and get as far away as you can, leave this for the people who know how to fight, and everybody just scatters. And I'm like, everybody technically should have had the ability to just zap the ever-loving crap out of this thing and be done with it. And instead, it was that initial fear of like, oh my gosh, this is here now, we're all gonna run. And they totally forgot the last 20 years. And at first I was like, oh, oversight. And I was like, no, actually, that's actually a really cool and important point. I think that, you know, like, despite all of their bluster and their talk about how powerful they are now and how they were afraid of what's going to happen when they don't have power, it didn't even really matter in the end anyway, because it was like that, you know.
Well, and it made sense too that the people who had stuck to intense training for this time, right, were the ones who ended up sticking around and fighting in large part, while there were some exceptions, right? You had Nike and Athena dashing about, sheltering people, you know. You had the soldiers doing their thing. So
I have an answer, I think. Oh, Mika, you go.
Go right ahead.
It's really short because I was just kind of going through, and I really like a lot of things that happen, not to be like schmoozy. But I think something that gets glossed over that I really want to put a spotlight on is how intricate and integral the sound design was.
Oh my god.
Like, it never felt obtrusive or anything, and it really, you know, even that little fucking message sound just now, like, bringing it back,
wizard,
really showed it. So it was just like a little DJ going on behind the scenes, and like the voice modulators and everything like that really didn't seem cartoony or animated in a way that felt like it was diluting an intense moment. It was really, especially for Alexaf scenes, you know, just like the horror that you put me through. So
I mean, you know, I do what I can.
That'll be my singular answer of just like how great the sound was.
even something as little as letting the sound of the skimmers flying overhead contribute to the way that the characters interact in a scene was very cool. So yeah,
I always
we often say that this is one of Aaron's superpowers, is the way that he uses music and sound during the games. So yeah, it's great that you brought that up.
Well,
I did
as a oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say I did enjoy that when we play the skimmer sound, and I don't like a couple of times. Several of you would like look up and like you can see goodbye, and I was like, yes.
Well, and as a first time player with Knights of Silvermoon, I had never experienced a DM using that, and it really does add so much to immersion. Just those little environmental sounds and the way I held my breath every time the communicator sound went off. And I had so many favorite moments, and I hope it doesn't come across as self-aggrandizing that I just keep coming back to. There were so many, but the one that really it's gonna stick with me for the rest of my life is just that final phone ring.
Oh.
Hey there, Cottontail.
Yeah.
Fade to black. Like I couldn't.
That's got to be a poster, you know?
Right? For real.
That's gonna be the movie poster. It's just gonna be ... Hey there, Cottontail.
Well, and what else could I possibly say in that moment that would
Yeah.
convey everything that I would want to convey? I mean, it was a perfect fade to black, and and it's so rare to experience the end of a campaign. I think, scheduling is the true big bad of all D&D campaigns. So maybe it's a blessing that we only had to schedule for 4.
We've
but
been
to
at this
have
for 200 years.
I mean, yeah, it's true.
That's
Four
right.
sessions
Gotta
over
respect the time
200
put in.
years.
To also just praise that moment one more time. The fact that that was the final line in the final scene really wraps up what this story was, where we were set out from the very beginning. Beldura will rise, Bahiri will fall, and most likely all of your characters will die. And that happened. But the very last thing of this story was a moment of unlooked for hope and unlooked for life.
Yeah, the way I look at it is we swapped the structure, right? So imagine we have this big old dusty tome. We are in the last few paragraphs. We close it, we open the next one. The first line is "Hey there, Cottontail." So it was beautifully bookended, but it's the end bookend and then the starting bookend right there.
Anyone read the Dark Tower series?
No, I'm sorry.
Is
The
good.
man in black fled across the desert and the gunslinger followed.
Exactly.
I won't explain that reference. It would take too much.
Matthew McConaughey in
Yeah.
Idris Elba. Yeah.
Exactly. That's
Another favorite moment, the confrontation outside the wall of nothing, I guess is what I'll call that, and then the moments afterward. I really appreciated, Trevor, your willingness to ask for more time to let that moment resolve itself when we all stormed out. Because I know you were fully prepared for a fight. I was fully prepared for a fight. I think Arasi was just like, well, let's see what happens next.
Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, this is happening. All right, I guess fine.
And then poor Alexoff is trying to figure out which way is up. After all of that, I appreciated your willingness to ask for more time with that, because if we had taken the time to cool off and try to reconstruct the tension of that moment, I don't think it would have hit the same. And the way that we were able to show some of all of our characters' motivations for why we feel protective and how we show protectiveness, as well as little backstory snippets. We ended up getting the full backstory drop, or at least the setup to it, for Alexoff. And a lot of us were able to show some great backstory vulnerability moments. So even though it's kind of an above table accolade, gonna throw a favorite moment shout out to Trevor here for facilitating that whole conversation.
Yeah, because
you.
It was not planned at all how any of that stuff was gonna went down, and it turned out so beautifully.
Yeah, the genesis of that, I think, was we were in a table. I was thinking to myself, we're kind of like in a medical facility. They have a lot of shiny objects in here.
For real.
I bet Alexoff would see that in a reflection, and I just say, like, offhand, I don't want it to be anything, but for sure Rhea is in one of these reflections. And they're like, we're gonna go on a little scavenger hunt. I'm like, all right, let's. Totally unplanned. It was just meant to be like a little spooky thing of the moment, and just dropping Saluk off, but it wasn't. It turned out to be this great thing.
To throw some of that back at you, Mika, and the rest of you, I very much noticed and appreciated how, as you said, Hunter, PvP has its place and can be very good, but it really runs the risk of really being a symptom of D&D going bad.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate how you all were so above table with everything. And it felt like we if we had come to blows, it would have been fine. And that is something to not take for granted at a gaming table. And also, just at right near the end, when I asked for more time, I was prepared to lash out. I was ready not to attack, but to verbally attack. And I said something of like, I could have protected everyone. And
Oh yeah.
Threnian's response was, I do forget it. So this is a paraphrase, but something along the lines of,
You can't promise that.
not that was earlier,
Oh.
but of, I'm worried about
He still would have gotten hurt,
Alexov.
basically. Like
Yeah.
Alexov would have ended up hurting himself, or like,
Exactly.
the process of containing him.
Alexov would have been hurt. And something along the lines of that. And man, it took every bit of wind out of my sails. Which is just a brilliant and great moment, because again, we made use of that extra time and were able to have a very good scene, but it immediately became what I was not asking more time for.
Yeah.
Because then it became, the energy that I was in the scene with just immediately shifted into like, well, son of a bitch, I don't have anything to say about that. All of my energy has just dissipated, and now I'm just sitting here in a good way. Like, more Fleur is just sitting there being like, my attack is ruined.
Yeah, it affected me too, and allowed me to open up as a character when I wasn't planning on doing so. Not that I was planned on any given occasion, but I remember thinking how touched Alexov must feel to have a couple people at least care about the man inside the crater rather than the crater itself. Like, that's a big ask. But it was so innate. And also ammunition for diffusion, I guess you could say, of the situation. Like, they care about it so much that everything else is prioritized under that. It was really cool. It was really neat to see. So yeah.
It also led into a very brilliant introduction to the next episode, the one that immediately followed, because then that episode had ended with, all right, I do have that quote of, I have some things to tell you. Fade to black. And then the next time we cut back in, start of episode 3, it's your flashback. And we literally just got to be there for that, and it all happened organically.
Oh, special shout out to Aaron for this one, because he did ask me before we did all of this, and I think it was like 62 years ago, in the midst of making all of our stuff. He was like, hey, can you tell me like just a quick rundown of how you see the scene going, the last one with Rhea, like what actually happened? And I looked up how to write scripts again, like actual script format, because I wanted to give it like stage direction and kind of what I know from being in the theater in the South.
Very little that.
Making sure that the paper had a little bit of chaw on it. No, but writing out this script form, and then when we did the flashback, we followed it pretty closely, like 90%. I had it up, and I had remembered what I had said, but it was all that kind of stage direction and everything of just like, because I think it was important, the specificity of the order of operations of just, this happens, Rhea saves him, they get to the escape pods, faces this monster, before the last breaking of the sword, Rhea has to go in the sword so that it instills the fear of like, I don't know which this is. So it's like showing the audience this very quick thing. And also, we talk about pacing all the time, making sure that that is a succinct moment, because of course the whole flashback could be like multiple episodes of just going through the past, which I would love to do, by the way. The Fall of Empyrean.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
But we can all play gargoyles. It'll be fun.
I'll play
Then we
Fleur and
know
I'll
we're gonna
just
die.
flee.
Run around.
We'll be like,
This was
Alexa,
before
is over
she
there.
had Force Cage.
Alexa is over there.
Yeah, one of the things that Aaron is quite good at, not to belabor the point though, is running with however much or little you decide to give him as a player in terms of backstory or little messages over Discord in the moment to, hey, can we do this? He's really good at taking these tidbits and then unfolding them, or like pretty decent at interpreting, okay, I've
Yep.
communicated that I want this sort of thing to happen, and then just taking
going
it and
with it.
helping you go there. Yeah. So
And actually, if I can piggyback one more thing off of that and sort of bring it back to the PvP conversation. Get out of here, Hunter. You don't count. But something that we've referenced several times in different moments are the above table conversations. And I guess if I can get on my soapbox a little bit to admonish anyone who is watching LoreDumplings, PvP has very particular connotations, and I like to think of it more so as CVC, character versus character. And when you make it character versus character specifically, you reduce chances of those bad feelings bleeding over into other folks. And the way that you successfully facilitate that is by when you feel the tensions getting a little high, or when you're setting up initial character interactions, don't be afraid to throw a message in the group chat or send out a private message to say, hey, is this okay? Hey, are we okay to push this conflict? Are you do you want to actually come to blows, or would you prefer that this cool off afterwards? And then after any conflict did occur on screen, we all checked in with each other and made sure, hey, how are you feeling about that scene? Are you still good? And just took time to reassure each other that those were in character feelings and they were not personal judgments of the players.
Yeah.
And I think that is so important whenever you're trying to protect the psychological safety of a D&D table. And having those above table conversations, while it may feel a little immersion breaking at first, it becomes way more natural with time, where you can just pop out, good, okay, back in. And it just makes it more enjoyable for everybody. And
I am
think that
very
it contributed
glad
to
for
the
that.
success.
Yeah. That's something that has come up actually in a couple of our LoreDumplings talks, is the necessity of having those above table conversations, and just the way that it it enables really good gameplay, and just good feelings for everybody too, right? And allows you to delve into areas perhaps you wouldn't have, or could have gone badly, if you didn't have those conversations ahead of time. And you're right that it takes some adjusting, right? Like it takes a little bit of getting into like, okay, how much meta can I allow myself to withstand, maybe at first, and have it end up being a good experience. And it turns out that actually a dash of that is pretty nice. So,
It's better.
It's
A
better.
lot better.
I've been in a few, being a theater kid from the South, and where a lot of my D&D up to this point has been with close theater friends, and we love character immersion. I will not make this a belabored point since a lot of it's been talked about. I've been in a few games where there's almost no character breaking, and like every word is said in character, and those can be so nice. But if that CVC kind of rears its ugly head, if you can't escape that character immersion,
Yeah.
Even if you like afterwards talk and are like, so we're all good, right? Yeah, we're all good. If you don't really break it in the moment well and repeatedly check in, regardless of all the things that you can say to your friends of like, oh yeah, we're good, that doesn't affect me, it can. And I love character immersion, but I have come to very much desire and appreciate the ability to step even back out of that and be like, I know we're all immersed, but it is worth this immersion for a second because it is not worth the potential harm it could do.
Yeah, it's very much I tend to be more inclined to stay in character as much as possible, but yeah, there's absolutely in between session or in the sidebar moments when it does make a lot of sense to game things out a little bit, either in the moment or after the fact or before even. So
Especially
yeah,
if you
great.
know it's
I'm glad
happening before.
I'm glad that it came up. This is very good for everybody to be able to consider when they are running their own games, whether they are on stream or not. So
I will also throw out a humorous addition, hopefully, where I've played a few RPGs that are very, very different. I don't know if anyone's heard of Morkborg.
Oh yeah.
Bless you.
It's a I don't, it's a very, very, very grimdark game, very grimdark setting. And
Oh,
as
well,
a
it sounds
strong
like Swedish
advocate
Chef.
of character immersion,
For real.
is it set in IKEA?
I believe it means Dark Fortress. I think that's what it
Ah.
translates into. Uh,
Beautiful.
as a big advocate of character immersion and getting involved in the interactions and the backstory, there are some games where that is better to just not do. And be aware of that. Borkborg, for example,
Bless you.
don't get in character.
Isn't the advice to bring like 3 characters to a session of Morkborg?
Exactly. It is. There are settings that are grim enough where you will have far much more enjoyment. If you are like me, if you are like, I'm not once going to be this character. I'm going to third person view, watch this shit happen to them, and say what they do, but not as them, because that can very quickly just be a nightmare.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Now, I wanted to give a shout out to Alexa for critting on that attack on the wall because there was
Oh, yeah.
there was no way that Orasi was going to do nothing while that happened, but the fact that a very very relatively minor hostile spell of silvery barbs would get the job done in this case. Whew, okay, great.
Silvery Barbs is
I had, this is just a random thing. Speaking of the hallway fight, of it was one of the most, probably the most cinematic experience. We talked a lot about cinematically looking at something. And I just wanted to share one real quick of like, okay, if Alexa is in the background, right? So you're looking down the hallway. And it's almost like this accidental renaissance of if you just see the camera pan backward, and the next layer is the other character reacting to the one in front of them. So it's like Alexa, then Floor, then Thrin, then Rossi, and then Lycaon, right?
Uh-huh.
And just almost kind of like moving out of the way of the camera and doing something else. And seeing Alexa with his kind of lightning wild magic right then, just completely fucking up all the fluorescent lighting of like a medical facility and hitting this thing so hard with his like crazy ass sword, and all of the like this almost like Renaissance interaction between Thrin and Floor of disagreeing how to handle the moment, and this kind of, I don't want to say ambivalence of Lycaon and Orasi, but this like preparedness but staying on the outskirts, which is like what, 15 feet away, kind of thing, is just in my head. It's just a beautiful representation through physicality alone of the story that's unfolding. So good job on descriptions, everybody.
It was really cool. Like Chaos was such an interesting, and I guess that's one of the hard parts about miniseries like that is like you build so much stuff into all of these, some some of these NPCs that honestly will probably never see the light of day. But it's just the fact that you know that it's there always makes it really interesting.
Oh.
Like Kaon was one of those like interesting characters to play for 2.5 seconds that he was there, but that like sense of or Fleur going like, I'm powerful, I can do any of this stuff, can you? And he's like, yeah, like we all can. We can all do crazy things. and just like getting in that mindset of like, you don't just have a couple of characters that are level 20, you have 95% of a population in the city that is capable of doing something to one degree or the other, and the most powerful are the ones who are kind of in charge right now. And you know, what would that even feel like or be like? He's, you know, don't let me get the authorities. And Alexov's like, I am the authorities. And I'm like, well, yes, but there are also other authorities who are just as powerful as you are, you know, in different ways. It made it always a lot of fun.
Yeah, Alexov saying that was more so like, I know I'm a captain, but I believe so little in it. How little do you think I believe in your title?
Yeah. Yeah.
And my favorite NPC, the audience did not get to see because it was part of session 0. I loved my scene with Mika, and it was the only time we went to
Bartender.
the ramen bar. The bartender
Yeah.
was this old lady. It was like a dive ramen bar, and an old lady I just called Sweetheart.
Yeah, I never named her. We
yeah,
should have. That's one of those
name.
things we were like, well, if we go back to it, we'll cover it, but we never did.
Honestly, I think everybody calls her that. I don't think that's an Alexov thing. I think that's just she's never introduced herself to anyone. She's just this old, decrepit lady who fucking hates everything. And Alexov vibes with that so hard. And they have such a contentious relationship. She's like, please don't come back here. And that was great. That was a fun scene. And I was like, oh, it's not going to be... And we can't redo it. It was really nice. And a great introduction to... our relationship between Alexov and Thren, but more so, man, I fucking love that bartender. That was so great.
Sweetheart.
Yeah.
Sure.
In a world full of literal gods, an old lady bartender is my favorite.
And,
Sweetheart's ramen.
got a pitch for you, Aaron, just to give like the Fall of Bahiri the lower decks treatment. Like, this is Mike. He can't do anything.
Oh, the koala? Yeah, my mucus glands are like really overactive.
Yeah.
I persistently have this thing in the back of my throat.
Oh no!
My right leg is just huge. I can jump really high if I jump on one leg, but like walking is.
Oh my
You want me
gosh.
on your double Dutch team? That's all I gotta say.
One of the characters is the kid that gave that Alexif gave a Cliff Bar.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was amazing. Okay, so here's the
Little lion
thing,
cub.
and like Istra can attest to this, and I think Trevor is starting to get the hang of it. Like old people and and kids are the two and my two favorite NPCs to play. Just because you can be so fun crotchety as being an old person because you've seen everything, and you're just like nothing's like phases you at that point, or you're like you have no filter and you can just poke all of the fun at the players or whatever. And then as a child, you have like the opposite effect. Like it's always fun to see people's reaction to both. Like Trevor as Cypress currently has this like aversion to any old woman he sees, whether it's
It
like
happened once.
It happened one time, and now we'll never let it go. But it's just like it is so much fun. So you get a different, very visceral reaction to it. And children, for like it or not, have always been, since I have started playing D&D, such an incredible tool to pry a character out of a shell that you may not have realized, like a character part or a part of their character. In our first campaign, we had a child NPC that at first started off as not really that big of a deal, but then turned out to be one of the major backbones of our campaign. And watching my friends who are not kid people at the time become suddenly like the biggest gay dads you've ever seen in your life over a child of like 7 years old. And I was like, this is actually kind of cool. And then so like later on, I'd bring in another kid character, and it would also bring out another person. And so I was like, Alexov is going back to the city. I'm going to throw this thing in there just to see how the interaction would go, because he has no idea what's gonna, what this kid's gonna say, but that's how kids are. And so like I'm like, as a child, I'm gonna notice this person has a giant broken sword, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then, what are the stories that a kid would have been told about people who had fought before? And it's just like, well, thanks for keeping us alive, kind of thing. But it brought out so much of Alexov's like duality. And even though we didn't get to go into that conversation with the gods about like the kids of the future and stuff, we still had his viewpoint of cherishing this kid's innocence and then also poisoning him with a really expired Cliff Bar. So, it's just like
what? Well, two things. What was the sword line that I said? It was like something about, why is your sword broken?
Oh, that you had broken in the best way possible in the defense of a friend. And I was just like,
I think it was something else. It was like the sword breaks because that's what swords are for.
Oh,
something.
yeah. Swords do.
Something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll have to go back. But the other thing, just about the bartender, the idea of like, cut to session 0 session, then cut to cinematically, I guess. The end of session 4, the water is falling down, and this old lady is just wiping down the bar. Just, all right, it's fine.
No,
I've been through worse.
Yeah.
No, she presses a button and like steel seals her bar in.
She's the most powerful one of us all.
So speaking about your awesome powers, I do have a question about this, if you all would indulge me.
No.
It is that final session and everything unleashes, and you've been role-playing these characters in all of these moments and getting little tastes of using your powers. What was it like interacting mechanically in this combat with your characters? How did that go for you? How did you feel being in control of this level 20 individual in a combat scenario?
It's a lot
I
of
made
fun.
myself a crib sheet. Like I had
Mhm.
a list of like, these are things that I can do. I had my spark notes. I was so scared I was gonna forget things. But I think I actually got to use every feature that I really wanted to use.
That's hella
Which
cool.
was I was not sure that was going to happen, and I was pretty proud of myself. So, combat at 20th level is just bonkers. There's so much that you can do, and I think one of my favorite parts about the final combat is that eventually, when things did start going south, we just let ourselves have fun with the flavor and went full Looney Tunes with some of our combat flavor. Alexov launching me onto the balcony to augment my rabbit hop feature is one of my favorite moments. So yeah, 20th level combat is crazy, but I think I had an easier time of it as a paladin, who my job is to smite, than some of our other friends might have had.
Yeah, to hit to that point, I had 3 different spell save DCs that were relevant.
Yeah.
It's like, what class spell slot am I using to cast this? Oh, this is an innate ability from the form. That's a different DC. And some of the things I could do limited number of times with different resources that had different saves and different to hits and different modifiers. It's like, okay, if I cast it with a bard spell slot, it's this, but I cast it with a warlock spell slot, it's this, but if I use the innate Merilith ability, then it's that. And
I was particularly fond of watching Arasi go whirling dervish ninja
Yes.
blender on
Ninja blend.
one
Really
of
an
the
insane
two,
thing to think about.
creatures.
will it blend?
Yeah, a Merilith.
That was fun.
I think Fleur felt her least optimal in the combat. Not to bring everything down, because it was a very good combat and y'all were
That's
kicking a lot of
fine.
ass.
absolutely okay to have that opinion.
Fleur spent a lot of her spells on herself, and one of the other ones that she had spent early on was a force cage, which was counterspelled before everything went south, which all good and had better that it did not mess with the story. But she and I were a little surprised that it was a lot harder for an abjuration wizard to defend the masses, which is one of the reasons that she felt more defeated by the end of it, because she has some very powerful things, but they can fail, and they are not just protect all of these people. She did not have she did have Globe of Invulnerability, but she couldn't place that over anyone but her. She couldn't, like, Wind Wall, or she might have had that. But yeah, it was a very good yet opposite type of cinematic experience and combat experience for her, because through all the posturing that she was making of I can deal with the situation, when the real threat hit, it fits that a lot of the good that she did was not in that combat.
So one of the things that I actually liked about Floor's end sequence, despite some of the things not going her way, was that her outburst caused that banishment that actually protected her from when Beldura ended up unleashing that fear wave that ended up capturing the minds temporarily of so many people in the room, and that ended up being an avenue by which the other characters could escape. So yeah, that was pretty groovy.
Talk
If
about
Fleur-
clutch.
If Fleur hadn't done that, I don't think we would have made it. I mean, every round of combat that we were conscious meant something. So
Yeah.
Fleur being able to get us that time, get us those rounds, I mean, she really turned the tide for that.
Oh,
it could have
yeah.
been so much worse.
There are probably characters in the future who ended up surviving because of that too, which is interesting to think about.
Mm-hmm.
I have
I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, you're right.
Alexoff was level 20 barbarian, wild magic. And that was based on like him being so buttoned up and Rhea being a free spirit more so, and trying to, in grieving someone who is juxtaposed with you in that way, and just the volatility of grief. So it's kind of like double there. And I did not like the list that Wild Magic had, so I found a few options, and I found one that I really liked that had a D20 instead of a D12, I think is the original. And they were much more potent abilities. They had like a visual aspect, an active aspect, and a passive aspect. And knowing that like Bahiri's probably gonna fall anyway, so just like, yeah, be Looney Tunes with it. And most of the features, subclass features, are just enrolling it again, right? So I was just like, I wanted to just show just random stuff, right? Just to show that there's no maximization, that's not a word, maximizing of damage output or DPS or helpfulness. It is just something that's going to be random, right? And most of the things were cool, but just like really wanted to do that. So I was like Mika, and I had a cheat sheet because there were a lot of numbers and there were questions to ask myself, like, am I attacking? Am I raging yet? What is my wild magic surge right now? Do I use Great Weapon Master? I had this Blood Fury tattoo that I called just shards. Like, that's what the shards in my body did. Essentially, like, giving me more necrotic damage. So that seemed like really on par kind of thing. I had a legendary sword that I made that was cursed because of this kind of brokenness of it. that gave more psychic damage, but gave me like disadvantage on perception checks, and had a fear aura that does not, and was kind of meant to not help because it was like Belduran flavored essentially. And so the wild magic surges, a couple things that were interesting. One, we went to break or something, and I had the spectral berserker one, and it's just like a stat block. And I was like, okay, what would be interesting? Who should be there? It's like, oh, there are other gargoyles. We talk about Rhea a lot, so let's have one of them show up. And I remember going away and going like, I really need to not just say it's a random gargoyle. So I created a whole backstory for this character, Nakheed the Whale Faller, who was like a cavalier, and his mount was a giant manta ray. Kind of thing. And I had this whole thing, like I could talk about it a lot, but we're not gonna do that here. But if you ask me, I will totally tell you. But he was only around for like another round kind of thing. And what I really wanted to happen, and what I mentioned to them afterward, is that if I would have rolled a natural 20 on the wild magic surge, the surge in question is you can take an aspect of whatever you are fighting. And I would have asked Aaron, who probably would have said yes because he loves me, to go like, can I take the like plague making abilities and like the absorption that Beldura has, because I'm surrounded by gods, and let's just fucking explode Alexa with like magical ability, essentially. Just give him too much that. And I'm not saying that like he would absorb it to like their death or whatever, but just thinking of like, I'm in a session 4 of a 4-episode mini campaign where things for sure are going to go wrong. I am level 20. If there ever was a time to do some batshit crazy stuff, and you're surrounded by the literal Greek gods and goddesses, get it all out. I thought about lying so hard. I wanted to lie. I wanted to go like, that is a 20. Nobody had my list anyway. I could have made anything up. I couldn't bring myself to do it. It was like, just let the dice tell the story. And it was fine. And it was great. But I still lay awake thinking about like, it would have been really cool. It would have been great to just like, what happens also if I don't absorb other gods, but I absorb Beldura in turn? What if I become the sword that I carried for so long? Like, what does that mean? So that never happened, and that's fine. I'm not upset about it. But I also had a storm giant belt, so my strength was 29 because of the capstone. I had a 24 constitution. You just have some absurd numbers you are working with, right? And you're a barbarian, so essentially your HP is doubled. And so I'm like, I will never die. And it's like, also the sky is falling. It's like, no, I could die.
I'm invincible.
Oh, maybe not.
Take it back. So
Aaron,
combat was fun.
What about you running Dr. Aura doomed version and taking Lycaon?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh man,
got to run combat too.
Yeah, it was. Well, I mean, because honestly, I spent a lot of time, because I told them at the get-go, I was like, because we were talking about like how hard it is to balance things, and it's one of those things that with combat balance is always so tricky. And then you're already now dealing with level 20, which your players are literally gods basically, and like, how do you find monsters that will even hold a candle to the kind of power levels you're dealing with? So I just perused, and I like all right, I went in the account builder and took everything that was huge and above out, so it had to be like large and below, because I was like, everything that's powerful has to be like dragon size of like a Tarask to like be able to hold up to them. And finally I found this one obscure reference of a thing from Eberron, and I was like, these like they're, and the funny thing was, these were stat blocks that were
Going
like
to the Eberron bestiary.
these were things that were like if they had to have stat blocks, this is what they would be because they're that ridiculous. And then I was like, oh, I loved what they were so much that I was like, this is, if you take two individuals like Kaon and Pandora and you like try to attribute their characters into a morphed crazy creature, this is what they would be. And I was like, all right, cool, here we go. Like, found two things that they can like chew on while everything else is going to crazy. And I'll have other baddies on there if they want to like try and take out the ads, but their focus is going to be, you know, our two lovely little guys. So I was like, all right, well, this is going to be an interesting time. And then also realizing that we were going to be playing around with timing of all of the events taking place at the same time. I was like, I'm not going to take combat too seriously either, because for all intents and purposes, if I try to rules as written any of this stuff, it is going to take 5 years to try and get through this thing. There is
It might
no
take
way.
almost as long as you've known Hunter.
It might. It's just gonna take way too long. It's gonna bog everything down. We're just gonna go rule of cool for as much of this stuff as we can, and just tell as much of a story, because we all know how this is gonna go. The fun part is like the cinematics of what can my character do with these monsters at the same time. So I kind of started throwing like stuff to the wind. I was like, all right, what are you gonna do to it this time? Like, let's just go with whatever you could, especially because I started rolling like crap, and I was like, all right, well, none of this stuff is gonna matter anymore anyway, and not taking do. So I was like, oh, this is great. It worked out a lot, and I had a ton of fun with that.
David, dish the dirt. What do you got?
I have a question for Aaron, if
Yeah.
you're willing to answer. This is, how many hit points were those things regenerating every round?
Provided, since you stopped one of them from
Yeah.
regenerating.
Pretty cool, by the way.
Yeah, that honestly saved you so much. You have no idea.
I'm trying to quantify exactly how many hit points I saved us having to take off of
Oh
that
god.
thing.
For real though. Hold on. I think they had a dice amount per round of them being hit, of them being up, I want to say. And yeah, you stopped it from being able to regain hit points, period. So I was like, cool, we're not gonna go here anymore. And yeah, I just kind of had to continue on with the other one. The other one was the only one that could stay alive at that point. So I was like, all right, well, that's okay. We'll just if you want to look at a little bit of what they can do, they are the overlords from Eberron. And one is basically a multi-legged demon version of Hela from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It can create blades and weapons at will, and it can just throw them out the window. Had a ton of fun with that. And the other one is like basically an evil version of the goddess of magic, and she could do like all sorts of crazy stuff there.
We fought a slap chop.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Vince with the destruction of humanity.
Yeah, it was.
That's fine.
I'm trying to see where it has the respawn of hit points, but I don't see it on here. I just know that it was bad, and then you prevented that from happening. So I was like, all right, cool. This is fine. This is all fine. But yeah, no, it was a lot of fun to kind of use these massive creatures that even in the description of it was like, if these things will probably never be used in a campaign because they're just too powerful. I think it's like challenge rating 28 is for both of them. But after a while, I was just like, you know what?
Good one.
We killed both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
granted,
good job,
I
team.
understand that there was some narrative You gave me a narrative gift with the second one, but
Yeah, I was like, but it was still. I was like, this would be even better if it does it like this. So I was like, all right, cool, we're good. This is great. I loved the way it turned out. So
to be fair, I did have my full lay on hands pool, so Thren went into fighting that last one at full health.
Nice.
yeah, I know. We were talking about it afterwards, and like how much any of you damage any of you actually took, and it was marginally very little. It wasn't too crazy.
I don't think I've taken a long rest on my character sheet.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I only took 40 damage during that whole fight.
Yeah.
Good job making it feel high stakes then, despite the player characters not taking a whole lot of damage.
I mean, I think a lot of that was just the how intensely everything was happening at the same time, and that's what just brought it up a lot more than the actual creatures themselves. It was just like, oh, like Hunter was saying earlier, it's like, we have this room full of godlike people. The more the people that are in here, the worse things are gonna get, and that in itself drove a lot of the tension.
Like, I think it would have been less tense if we were getting hit all the time, because that means that then they wouldn't have been hitting other people to absorb them.
Yeah, you're just thinking in the back of your head, it's like, okay, there goes Zeus, there goes Athena, that's part of the problem now.
Yeah.
Silencing Zeus was great. Just like having him unable to do anything and being like, oh wow, this is Zeus that we're talking about here that now can't do anything.
I lost 23 hit points.
You lost 23 hit points?
Nice.
Out of a max.
They nearly got you.
Out of a max 344.
Oh man.
What is that? Like a fist, just a good right cross comparatively?
Well, I have a constitution of +7, and then I took the tough feat as well. So it's just like health on health on health. Because I'm playing in the Fall of Bahiri.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, gang, we've come up on 10 o'clock, 10:10, in fact, Central Standard Time.
Just a few more.
Yeah.
I feel like this dumpling is just about gone cold. So, it has been wonderful talking to you all. Do you have any parting thoughts about the campaign, your characters, anything at all, here tonight, before we close it out?
Yeah. Fuck you, Aaron. No.
Second.
I'm sorry. It was too good. No, I'm very surprised I was not asked about Pinthos or anything. But
Who?
exactly.
Purely time
You
constraints.
say that as if
Yeah,
we
yeah.
should know who that is.
I mean,
No, but it also doesn't like have to do with the Fall of Bahiri in
Yeah.
total. And I'm still not sure from Aaron like how much I should say.
we'll have to
but-
see.
We'll have to see. So nothing at all. Can I say what Pinthos is so they'll stop asking me?
Sure.
Okay. If you don't want me to, that's totally fine.
Nah.
But Fall of Bahiri was going to come first, but then you started doing Age of Myth, and Fall of Bahiri kind of got moved into the middle. So I knew Alexov was going to be my character, and I knew he was going to be a grief character. And so when I joked with Aaron while I was in Michigan, going like, "Hey, I would love to be in this Greek campaign. I love Greek shit. Let me in. I'll guest in something." And he was like, "Who do you want to be?" I was like, "That's the wrong question. I don't know. There's a lot of cool stuff." Kind of like what David was saying. It's like, okay, look through all the Greek stuff. Like, what am I going to latch myself onto? There's too much. I looked at like, okay, what if I could connect it to Alexov? Let's have like a connecting thread there. I'm going through this very quickly. But essentially, I looked up grief and Greek. I just realized those two sound the same. And there are these things called daemons, like Daemon, where the term demon comes from. And they are essentially a personification of a emotion. It's how the kind of Greek mythology goes, like if somebody is feeling an emotion, especially like a sudden burst of one. But sorrow is Penthos. That is the name of it. And so I imagined before, of course, we did follow Bahiri, of like, what if someone's emotion, whatever it might be, is so great that, and they held on to it for so long, and sprinkle in some magic in there, that it became a separate entity. It was a different part of them. It lived separately from them. And I was just kind of off to the races. So I knew also that Alexef was going to be a shifter. So I imagined, like, what is the, if you're thinking Alexef in his shifted form is like half Alexef and half, this kind of gargoyle sense, what is 100% of that? What does that look like? And, you combine that with like 1,000 years of wandering and traveling. And it was just like, oh, I like what a bugbear looks like. So I was thinking of like a bugbear, an oni, a gargoyle, all these things together. And then we kind of came up together with, adding the sorrow aura. And because he is not, he does not feel sad. He is sad. Like, he is sadness personified. And so that's why it was always that everybody felt that way, but it wasn't his sadness. It did not have a foundation. And what the foundation was, unbeknownst to him, because he became kind of his own entity, was Alexov's. So the immense grief that we saw played out here did not have the language in order to communicate it. All that was left over was the raw feeling of it, which had a foundation in Greek mythology to kind of play that. So that's why I was able to do that and navigate it. And also, props to the crew over there, because what an immense challenge to go, like, how do you bring versatility to a singular emotion? That's why he would mutter other emotions that people were showing to remind himself, because he couldn't experience it himself.
That's very groovy.
Yeah. And see, that's all.
My final thoughts are, y'all are awesome, very fun to play with, and this is one of my favorite D&D experiences.
No.
I will second that. I have a feeling that Thrennian is going to stick with me for a long time. As soon as the campaign ended, I immediately looked at getting some commemorative artwork commissioned, and it is a privilege to be able to have such an emotional experience with people who could be trusted with that kind of experience. So thank you for the opportunity, and I would love the chance to play with the table with any of you.
Oh my
such an
god,
opportunity
it
arise.
is so on. You have no idea.
It would be very groovy to get a chance to play with you. Absolutely.
I will third that motion, and I will also add that I had tried to set reasonable expectations about the survivability of characters in this campaign. I went into it also really hoping that I'd make it out, and I'm glad that I did. And I'm also glad to have caused chaos for some of the lore implications in Aaron's world by not reading his Discord DM.
That was pretty amazing.
The diehard fans will be up in arms about this for
We'll fix it in post.
centuries to come.
They call them both cannons because they destroy ships or something like that. I don't know.
And fourth, David, thank you for coming in. At the end there, like, you impressed me so much with your intellectual approach that doesn't get in the way of an emotional foundation of a character. That's very, very cool and very hard to do. You make it look very easy.
Thank you.
Trevor, you got to give yourself all the fucking credit, man. Like, what an amazingly present player. Like, in both.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, dude. Like, very good. Very, very good. And Mika, we talk all the time about how we love playing together. And I think this medium is better for having you in it. So I hope you continue.
This is true. You are in a second, a third, fourth, and fifth. You.
And Iskra, honestly, amazing host. Like,
Oh, yeah.
really good.
Yes,
Oh,
seconded.
thank you.
You're a
Like
very good interviewer.
Yeah, true. I watch interviews all the time, so this is like super high praise. Like that was,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
it really felt like I was on a show. This is really nice. You know,
I wing it mostly.
that's
but-
even more
but
impressive.
thank you. Yeah. I have so many more things that I could ask about in terms of the lore, the fact that Saluk exists, and all of these other things out there, right? That
What
I'm
is the
sure that
obelisk?
as the players too, maybe you would like to know. But
We'll
that
just have to
may-
do a part
that
two.
may have to wait for another night, indeed. So, Raiders, thank you so much for dropping by. Bards, we heart you all.
Yeah,
if-
bards.
If
Bards.
our viewers have not checked out Bards of New York, we're not normally doing anything on Mondays, so they're like a pretty good option to go see. They do a lot
Go
of
watch Bards.
really enjoyable role playing themselves. So definitely check them out. We are going to bring this now to a close. It has been so wonderful talking to you all. I'm really glad that I finally got a chance to interact with the Fall of Bahiri crew as a unit and to dig into these delicious dumplings of characters that you brought us. It was marvelous. It was extra impactful for me, selfishly, as an Age of Myth character. So let's we'll all do the worm.
That's good.
This is the Gorgani way. Where you
Yeah, this is the Gorgani way.
I've so much of my culture has been lost in 1,000 years. So-
Just find me and I'll tell you all about
Find
it.
Orasi's orb.
Oh my god.
fantastic.
Well,
Yes.
as a special little shout ending sequence, we'll play the final intro that we did with all of some of the most amazing scenes, but not all of them. So if you haven't seen it, do yourself a favor, go and check them out. We do have everything uploaded on our YouTube now, so all 4 episodes are on there. I intend to make a grander compilation. I recently heard this one song that I was like inspired me so much that I was like, oh, I'm just gonna, it's a full version, and I had to like cut out. Now I can actually cut out a little more of the little pieces because for 4 episodes, so many amazing scenes. But until next time, well, yes,
Right
what?
before we go, Another
Yes.
World Tabletop is also here. So yes, we do need to give a shout out to the Aaron Squad. Check out
yes,
Another
Aaron
World
Squad.
Tabletop as well. Thank you for stopping by and for hanging out with us for as long as you
Yeah. No, for sure. I always appreciate another Aaron in the chat. That's always fun. But until next time, stay fey. Be brave. We'll see you tomorrow night for Age of Myth. And don't forget, of course, the most important part. Don't forget to bunny spread. So
Gaze
see you
upon
next-
you.
Gaze upon you. Bye.
Bye.
If I do my job right, you and everybody else are going to get to build that stable future. So you keep doing what you're doing, I'll keep doing what I'm doing. And you know, it's as long as there are people on watch who can keep us all safe, then the people on the streets will never have to worry.
If we find out that you indeed mean us no harm, I will owe you a big apology and I will explain. But until then, I have to assume that you are a threat to us.
We all know how our interactions with the residents of this place have gone in the past. As limited as they are, I am here to personally make sure that we're not about to have another one.
I don't know what's worse. Looking up at the sky with him. That it stole the stars from us. Or that it stole you from me.
If I can help, I will. But if your choice endangers my daughter, I will do what I have to do to keep her safe.
No one will get hurt, I promise.
You cannot promise that.
I can promise that.
Well, we've all seen that which is felt by the plague becomes of it. And that was progressing as you pulled him into the stone. Correct?
Yes, right.
What I am about to show you, I do out of complete trust in the situation. After many, many years of testing, many, many years of watching, what's going on?
The worst thing has come to pass.